se oklapljal, ne?
Ja.
Med posameznimi govorci.
Jaz zdaj sam povem, kdaj ti začneš, povem njim in daj. Ti Miloš pa tudi povej, ko boš redi.
Jaz sem zaradi mene ready.
Jel se čujemo? Se slišimo? Ja, to je to. Ok, grem še dol iz stage za enkrat.
Ne.
Je neko live, da prijem gor, ne? Najprej neko.
Ja, ok.
Bom tam stal. A so že not?
Aha, čakaj,
Greš.
A so že?
zelo samemo maske.
Lahko. Ja, smo že.
Mato, smo? Ok. Na YouTubeu nič ne vidim, da bi se kaj dvorana pojavila. Aha, pedi.
Še vedno ni.
Pravi.
Živel.
Martin, greš gor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, audience of the internet. Let me ease myself, since COVID restrictions, I can still wear no mask because there is no people around me. So, I'm Martin Britzel-Baraga from Malta Museum of Transitory Art and Nonument Group. I would like to announce the third international Nonument Symposium here at Kino in Ljubljana. We hosted first international symposium of Nonument in City Museum of Ljubljana in the year 2018. Last one was in Camp Prague, the architectural center in the center of Prague in June 2019. And today I'm happy to be opening this symposium. I'm happy for two reasons. First of all is that Ljubljana was hit by a second wave of COVID, as most other European countries. So we were very happy to expecting to be hosting a lot of international guests. But due to this reason, we are hosting them via Zoom. Secondly, it would be wonderful to see this Kino Šiška, which is a center of urban culture, full, at least with 100 people. That was capacity, but because of restrictions, we had to cancel the physical attendance of the conference. But we are still not alone here. There is a wonderful team in this wonderful place called Cathedral, which we are used to usually attend for great rock concerts or even other concerts. It can host 700 people, just to get an idea where we are. Second reason why I'm happy that we are hosting this today is that we are first presenting the first book of Nonument, which is a work of many years, of many contributors and researchers. I would like to maybe thank also to those who are not with us today. The Nonument book is also a result of the two-year project MAPS, Mapping International, Mapping and Archiving Public Spaces. And it was a joint project of many researchers and organizations from Europe. So I would like to thank to all the project producers from Austria, Czech Republic, and other countries that were involved. So my thanks goes to Yvette Varsukova from Prague, Andrija Stojanovic from Belgrade, Jürgen Weisshäupl from Vienna, Achilleas Kentonis from Nicosia, Cyprus, and Margarita Dorovska from Gabrovo, Bulgaria, and of course our colleague Katja Pahor from Malta, who was also producing this project with me. Then I would like to thank all the partners supporting this conference, our program supporters, Ministry of Culture of Republic of Slovenia, Ministry of Environment and Spatial Planning of the Republic of Slovenia, our supporter City of Ljubljana, Department of Culture, and of course Kino Šiška and its wonderful crew, without who we couldn't make this symposium. So big thanks goes to all the team, Anja, Dominika, Simon, and also the technical crew, Jure, Mato, Saško, and Mateusz, and all the others who are here with us. So, and finally, I would like to thank Neja, Tomšič, and Miloš Kosec, who were putting this symposium together. And I would like to pass the word to the curator of symposium, Miloš Kosec, who will tell us more about structure and contents of symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. And hello to all from in my name as well. I'm Miloš Kosec. I'm a member of the Nonument group, and I'm very, very happy to be able to welcome you all, if not in physical form, then via the internet. I think it's an extremely important event for us as well, in order to widen this discourse about space, about heritage, and about the identity that we kept on developing through a number of years now within Nonument Group, and to widen it not only in terms of the medium, in terms of a digital symposium, but also in terms of thinking here and now as well. Nonuments are a neologism, so it's sort of a new term with which we are trying to think, contemplate, and establish a new discourse about spaces and architecture, not only how they exist on drawing boards of architects or how they are protected in their ideal form, but above all, how they evolve and adapt and are destroyed and recontextualized and are, in a sense, constantly changing structures. And this is in the core of the Nonument project, seeing what happens to spaces and to the people inhabiting them when the initial situation changes dramatically. And while we are focusing on the 20th century heritage and mostly modernist architecture in the first two symposiums, this symposium is an interesting experiment for us as well, because a number of newer issues came into play as well, and as the neologism of the Nonument keeps on evolving and widening, so did the context that we live in presently, the pandemic that sort of changes the context both of this symposium and our thinking in general, affects how we think about monuments. This third symposium started as an open call that we launched in spring, when the pandemic only was gaining its initial scope, and we didn't know that we'd be still so affected by it in the present moment. And we received a number of really interesting presentations and speculations, intellectual speculations that we will hear today. But also there is other group of presenters that we'll be hearing from, are local activists or academics who are engaged in specific Ljubljana circumstances of changing, evolving spaces, not least in the case of the epidemic itself. And above all, this symposium is also the first where we can present durable output of the first 2 or first 3 years of our project. This is the book that Martin mentioned as well, and this is going to be one of the last pieces in today's symposium, is going to be devoted to the book with a round table where a number of participants who are published in the book will discuss the past, but also the future of our project. Let me guide you through today's event. We will start with the first panel, and I'll be chairing it. And the first panel will be dedicated to the spaces, individual buildings or places, public spaces that have been radically reconstructed or radically recontextualized. We call this first panel that we will start with shortly, monumental spaces. Then at 3:45, the second panel, Urban Discontinuity, will address the issues of identity and sometimes recent or sometimes not so recent pasts that we deal with in public space. So namely, the post-socialist context in many of the cases. This panel will be chaired by Nika Grabar. The third panel will take place at 5:20, all times are Central European times, and will address public space in extremis. So the extremes of public space, either now, in the present pandemic situation, or in some other past political and social disturbances. And this panel will be chaired by my colleague Neja Tomšič. At 7 in the evening, we will have the Nonument book roundtable, together with the participants who also contributed to the book. And at 8, we have the keynote by Branislav Dimitrijevic with a very interesting and not as well-known topic as it should be, Egypt rather than October. He will be talking about the fetishization and as well as critical angle to the spomenics, so-called Yugoslav spomenics, and their critical reception already at the time when they were constructed. A very interesting and less well-known topic. So with this, I would just like to introduce a couple of practical information. We are being live streamed via YouTube. And please go to our websites for the link if you haven't done so yet. And everything will be transmitted via YouTube. You're all warmly invited to follow the whole of today's event, and to post your comments or questions. At the end of each panel, we'll have around 10 minutes for discussion, and the chairs of the panels will take into account all the questions that will be presented in the chat on the YouTube page. And with this, I will start the first panel, Monument Spaces. Each of the panelists will have 15 minutes exactly for their presentation. I will just introduce the general topic, how we see it, and then we'll widen it maybe in the discussion at the end of the panel. So, Monument Spaces, as we conceive it, is an elaboration of the decay and abandonment, who were not always merely stage props for nostalgic scenes or redevelopment opportunities. In a radical recontextualization of space, an opening is produced that triggers questions about an increasingly instrumentalized world. Monuments, spaces, buildings, and objects, torn out of their original context, produced, however, a reality here and now. So life goes on amid ruins and stalled construction sites. And what sort of life goes on in midst of decaying buildings or radically reconstructed buildings? We'll be hearing about this from Elisa Sorrentino, Urška Jurman, Miljana Vučković, and Peter Rauch. I would first like to introduce Elisa Sorrentino, who graduated in cultural heritage from the University of Salerno. She holds a master's degree in art history at La Sapienza University of Rome. She has worked in art galleries, public museums, and other institutions. She is currently a volunteer at the Touring Club Italiano Association. She will be speaking about Casa Albero, an archaeological experiment. Elisa, please, the stage or the screen, as you wish, it is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Perfect.
If you want to share your screen with us, we can start the presentation.
Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Hi to everyone. Many thanks to all Nonuments group for the possibility of to be here today. And I'm going to talk about Casa Albero, an architectural experiment. The name of the house is the Tree House, and as known as the experimental house. It is a brainchild of the Argentine architect Giuseppe Perugini, who arrived in Italy in 1930s, and a collaboration with his wife Uga de Plezan and his son Reinaldo Perugini. Better known for Fosse Ardeatine Monument and for the construction of Cittadella Giudiziaria in Piazzale Clodio in Rome, this building of tree house or experimental house, whose work was started in 1967 and potentially never finished, appears almost like a futuristic spacecraft landed in a huge pine forest. However, the shape of the building isn't the main point, but rather the creative and experimental principle that is at the base of the house. And it's really important to understand the parts it is made up of. The house consists of the union of three buildings. And, okay, I have some problems with my presentation. I don't know why. Okay. This is a plan of the house, and the house consists of the union of three buildings. The house with its open, infinitely modular structure, and the heart of the project, the experiment of the sphere. Okay. The experiment of the sphere, that is a unitary living cell of 5 meters in diameter, and the third building, the cubetti, also known as the guest houses, consisting of the combination of 3 volumes of 3 meters by 3, bed, living, dining room, and kitchen, separated from each other by 2 half-size bathroom modules, for a total area about 30 square meters. The technical structure of the house is based on the maximum construction essentiality, like the material used. Iron, concrete, and glass. While apparently recalling its elements, this building has nothing in common with Brutalist Corrent, but much more with the experiment of Elisinski and Rodchenko. Also, apparently, this house is in fact conceived as a sort of infinity continuum and consists of a load-bearing structure completely external to the functional spaces. It is created as an example of aggregation of a series of standardized elements, beams, pillars, and plates, a sort of material structure that does not present any limitation of use and potentially capable of expanding in all directions. The house has no hierarchies and is entirely practicable and visible, as evidenced by the organization of the below and above of the house, placed on the stretch of the water. This is a prospect. Okay. The symmetry plan of the house is obtained the symmetry plan of the house is placed on a stretch of water in order to offer a further possibility of connection between the earth and sky in an infinity reflection. The symmetry plan, in fact, is obtained by creating the structural part supported and the suspended one, in order to avoid perceiving hooking elements of the plates, which appears instead as if lift to be free in space, creating a feeling of levitation. The load-bearing structure are exposed thanks to the gaps determined by the phase shift of the plates, producing a sense of static. The architectural spaces is never perceived as a volume, but only evoked through the surface hanging onto the beams, independent from each other. Levitation and staticity, abstraction and concreteness provide a third state of synthesis of two elements on a psychological level. The distribution of the space and the function of the rooms are totally free from predefined schemes, as shown by the service units. Kitchen, stairs, in particular bathroom, have been designed totally autonomously with respect to the main structure, as to be hung when necessary outside the main structure, thus performing its traditional role without interfering with any extension or reinterpretation of the building. That's why the name of the house is not the house in trees, but the tree house, designed to be in continuous evolution. The hypothetical unfinished treehouse is counterpointed by the sphere, a finite object, as evidenced by the shape of the sphere, as you can see in this slide. You can see it? That's one. Sorry. We just have some problems. Okay. The hypothetical unfinished house is counterpointed by the sphere, a finite object, as evidenced by the shape, the spherical shape, a symbol of completeness and cosmic perfection. And also the static nature of the sphere is avoided by a transversal cut glass that runs and connects the two concrete cups. And also Perugini introduced another element of dynamism and tension between the earth and sky by the internal bronze on the white marble floor, that, as you can see here. This is a draw in bronze that draws a cosmic image on this white marble floor. The third model is the cubetti, the guest house, as you can see in the third slide. That's why it's here. Okay, as presented as a cellular experimentation organized according to the principle of aggregation modules, consisting of a sequence of cubic spatial models of 3 meters by 3 and interspaced with a semi-models potentially expandable in both height and with overlapping, containing restroom for which is possible to obtaining a housing unit consisting of 2 rooms, kitchen, 2 bathrooms of 40 square meters. The function of the houses are enclosed with shells, in the shells that are placed at different level, as you can see in this photo. And although apparently these 3 experiments seem so very different, are really closely related, not only from a conceptual or compositional point of view, but also in their purpose. The apparent eccentricity of this building should not be interpreted according to a bizarre expression of an imaginary architect, but rather a very experimental model which gives concrete form to that then contemporary debate about new compositional criteria of designing the housing structure. Perugini was also a professor at La Sapienza University. He works with Bruno Zevi and also founded APAO, Association of Organic Architecture, and invented new ways of designing in reaction to Italian architecture during fascism. The treehouse is in that way not only in dialogue with history, but also with most advanced scientific trends, such as primitive studies on the application and potential of the computer, intended as an ordering tool for modular elements. The intent is to rethink, even without openly contesting it, the traditional typology of the housing structure and to overcome its presupposition of pre-established functional organicity, and as well as conceived for the using of infill panels that in fact conceived as a set of models which provide unlimited possibilities of combination, and meanwhile the modular plates independent from each other and connected to the hanging structure by these cruciform steels. And the experimental nature of the house is also accentuated by the intersection of the infill concrete modules into the curtain walls, which from time to time become wardrobes, bookcases, or containers. The truly mobile furnishing, instead like beds, sofa, chairs, or armchairs, are isolated from walls and free to characterize the inhabited environment, as you can see here. These are photos from Archivio Storico Perugini, so you can see when the house was habitated. Unfortunately, after the death of Giuseppe Perugini and her wife, Uga de Plaisant, this building has repeatedly been subject to repeated vandalism and occupation of unknown persons. The intent of the last of building still living creators is to transform the tree house into a museum space used for both events of various kinds. The tree house of Fregene, because it is in Fregene near Rome, is very interesting case because raises the problem and also the discussion about the artistic heritage in Italy has not systematically addressed the issues of post-war architecture. In fact, only 3 decades were enough to transform this splendid example of architecture, and also for the concrete was exposed to atmospheric agents required the need of an overall recovery in the hope of returning to its former glory. So the point is, how can we mean the memories? The example of treehouse is also very interesting because this house is a private house, not only a monument, not in these terms, and also for its private character is really interesting because it's free from economic and social political influence, and which is the reason why make it even more a standalone case. Also, the question and the point is what we mean for memory. So we have 2 ways to intend memory: as a direct intervention to recovering a decaying structure, and also the problem of maintenance and restoration, as in fact recently a campaign of a fashion house has decided to recover a part of and restoration and cleaning the external surface of the house with an advertising campaign. But we have also another way to understand memory. For example, using the progress of digital media such VR and AR, as currently the duo of architects Sabine Storp and Patrick Weber are working on animation and simulation in order to use all elements of the house and generate a different reality in which the user is able to influence the way they combine and assemble the individual elements in perfect accordance with the spirits of the reconstruction of the building, defined by Reinaldo himself, the son of the architect, a bit like a family toy in which they spend every summer, like an endless game. This is Giuseppe Perugini, his photo of him, and thank you for your attention. Hope you like it.
Thank you very much. I think it was really great, especially because it raises some important questions for us. For instance, what is preservation of a dynamic organism that the house always is, but here so much more, I think, than usually we think about it. Thank you so much. We'll return to your presentation with some questions, hopefully at the end. And now I would like to introduce our second presenter, who is Urška Jurman. Urška Jurman is an art historian and a cultural sociologist. Since 2013, she has been the program manager of Igor Zabel Society. She's a co-founder of Kudobrat and a co-author of a number of spatial interventions in Ljubljana, among which is also the community garden beyond construction site. She's also a custodian, writer and editor in the field of contemporary art and spatial culture. Urška, the screen is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Hello to other presenters and to the audience. So I will be sharing today with you my experience with the local spatial cultural initiative, a community garden called Beyond a Construction Site, which celebrates 10 years this year. So I'm going now on share screen. So you can see here it's a plot that we found when we started. It is abandoned or on hold construction site which was fenced off for many years. And I would like just for beginning to outline a context where we started, so also that I can then at the end make some kind of a connection to a context where we find ourselves today. So in 2010, we started this project also in the context of a certain crisis, different kind of the one we face today. It was actually still a very present financial economic crisis, which affected also very much construction industry. And at that time, many investments stopped in Ljubljana, and also many construction companies went bankrupt. And so the number of this kind of sites in Ljubljana was growing. Actually, we, when we say we, initiators, it's a group, association, cultural artistic association from Ljubljana, actually spotted this location and proposed to revive it and to reimagine it in the frame of a cultural festival, which actually supported the project in the first 2 years, also financially and in logistic organization. And so actually our first initial intention was to make this site, which is in the middle of a residential area, accessible. Also, what we wanted to point out is that, so on the fact of this growing number of construction sites, but also on the point that actually it's a very problematic that the city of Ljubljana, which is the owner of this plot, somehow was just treating this land as a property. So waiting for, let's say, better times when the land would again have a higher price on the market and the land could be sold further. And we wanted to point out actually to refocus on the quality of everyday life of people who are affected by this location on everyday basis, as this location is in the middle of residential neighborhood. Also, yeah, we wanted to point out that actually it's important to have, let's say, better or more vivid imagination how to maybe reuse and rethink these kind of places, because also one of the practices that the city municipality then was also following was actually to reuse these kind of closed construction sites as a temporary parking spaces. So we thought we have to start from actually the quality of spatial culture and everyday life of people affected by this place. So, as mentioned, as part of the cultural festival, actually we wanted to start this process, and our initial goal was to make the place accessible. And at the beginning, we didn't have really a clear, picture or defined content what here should take place. So through the process of, let's say, half a year process of communication also and exploration, then we slowly defined this location as open green community led cultural spatial initiative space, community garden. Also, what I have to mention as another point in the context of 2010, when we started, is actually that the number of allotment gardens in Ljubljana at that time was tremendously lacking. Also due to the fact that in the previous years, city administration evicted a great number of illegal allotment gardens, but at the same time actually didn't provide them with the new gardens in a sufficient number. Here you can see actually the new type of city allotment gardens, which actually city administration launched the same year as we started in 2010, but they were way too little in number and also way too expensive in actually putting them up. So in the context of this financial crisis, it was also clear that this kind of approach is too expensive, that the public budget of municipality of Ljubljana will not afford to provide with this kind of approach sufficient number of city gardens. So what we wanted to point also is that with our example is that another ways are also possible, and also that the city administration should in this regard reconsider also or consider temporary use of space as one of the possibilities, as well as, let's say, softer approaches that are not so top-down as these allotment gardens as they were launching at that time, but approaches that would, let's say, meet or come more towards also towards self-organized and bottom-up initiatives. So just a view also on our location. Here you can see it's really in the quite central, 5 minutes from the main station, 10 minutes from the old city center. So actually, what we wanted to point out is, yes, the need of also more participatory approaches where people have a say in how they envision the city space, and also to give them possibility to plan it, to make it, and to maintain it. So this is a photo of our first meeting with people living around. As I said, it was a few months process of defining what should take place here. And also, as it is also an example of a temporary use of space, we entered the location for which we got then permission from the municipality of Ljubljana, first just for the duration of the festival for 2 weeks, but then also we prolonged it, and we still are prolonging this contract on a yearly basis. So we, as a temporary users of this space, we entered it very carefully And first, this is one excursion. We wanted to be aware what is there already growing. And this is first actions. And also, we had to find also the way how to plan and how to then make this place to be. And this is one artistic action of our colleague Polonca Lushin, a plan with a goat. She's also architect herself, and one day she was following the goat in this location and her actions and activities and movements, and actually according to the goat she drew a plan of this site, which we did not then implement, but it was just also part of our reflection how we can actually design this place in another way. So just to speed up a little bit, actually in the first months of actions, it was actually supported a lot by people living around, but not many people joined physically. So this was also end of the summer, let's say end of gardening season. So in the next season, beginning of spring 2011, we made another round of communication and invited people to join and make their own garden. We also realized that before we were communicating this possibility of this place in a too abstract way to which people could not really attach, because we were communicating in a very open way as an open green community space. And when we invited them with the possibility to make their own garden, people joined. This is the first meeting, and already the same day we started to make the beds, the garden beds. So the place functions in a way that people have their own little garden beds, but certain areas are common. And also what we somehow consider as a community garden is actually the whole space which we share and which we have to maintain together and negotiate together and manage together. So in this sense, the rules are actually agreements which we shaped through the years, and are very, let's say, basic, and also because it's important that we don't over formalize this kind of space, but actually leave enough space for exchange and communication and negotiation. So also every year at the beginning of the season, in the first meeting, we go through the rules, through the agreements, and reconsider them. And also make plans for what is needed to be done. And this kind of joint working actions are actually a very important tool for enforcing also our relation to each other and to relation of people to this place. This was also one of the first rules we as initiators pose, that actually people have to make their own garden bed, unless they were not able physically. But also, it was important that they got as fast and as active as possible in the early stage, in sense also to be more engaged and more related to this space. So we have different joined then projects. Here we were also creating a tree house, and for sure gatherings. And I show you this image because this is a celebration of our 5 years. And I will end also with the celebration of our 10 years this year, because we were faced in a very different circumstances with the COVID pandemic, where a lot of things which we had as a self-understood prove that we have to really reconsider, as for example sharing food, because it's very important for this kind of places like community garden, our community garden, that for situations where we gather, people bring something and we share it among us. So I think I have to skip this part, but it was also for us since beginning very important that we deal with the space, the community space, also in relation to the public space, because as it is fenced off construction site, it's a construction site on hold. We are surrounded with the fence, with the construction site fence. And so we are again and again searching ways how to open up this kind of space, also for people who are not having a key to enter, who are not participants of this group or community. So we do also public events. We have once a week open hours. One of the actions was also to exchange a fence with a transparent one so that there is a better exchange and communication. So we host different programs. This is some children program, and discussions and cultural events and so on. And here we are in 2020, when we were celebrating end of August our 10 years. And actually we found ourselves, yes, in a bit different context as when we started. So what is very important is actually that this year showed us how important it is that, I mean, we realized this throughout the 10 years, but this year this was even more reinforced, how important it is that the city, like and the allotment gardens or urban gardens are in the vicinity of residential areas or where people live, because this is still one of the let's say, lack in the city plans of Ljubljana, that majority of gardening areas are located on the rim of Ljubljana. And it's very important, yes, for people that this is accessible in a short time, not that you need a car to go for half an hour on the garden. And also I can say that because the interest for the gardens in this spring raised a lot because of the lockdown, because people were confined in their apartments and were searching for possibilities how to spend some time outside. So in 2020, we are not faced anymore with the financial construction crisis in Ljubljana. Actually, recently the constructions are taking place in a very fast, almost brutal manner. But of course, the pandemic restrictions, so-called social or physical distancing, reduced a lot our and limited our joint and group activities. And actually the garden in big part of the year was really reduced much more again on an individual use. And so, as before I showed you example of sharing food, when we were celebrating 10 years, we had to rethink how we can still have a situation of sharing food together. So we were baking corn on the fire, each on its own stick. So I think, yes, we were somehow confronted to rethink, reconsider, reimagine, or maybe just to enhance, adjust a little bit rituals for enhancing collaboration and sharing and togetherness. And also, what is also important, and with this I will conclude, this is how the garden looks today. This is how it looked at the beginning. So you can see that the trees grew tremendously. No? I said at the beginning that we entered as a careful temporary visitor, and actually these are those trees which are now so big already. We had to protect them, not to step over them and to hurt them. And so this actually condition now confronts us with another also challenges of how to find a balance between, let's say, our self-organized, self-grown practice with another self-grown practice of nature itself. And actually, this is also what the experience of this year pandemic and also recent climate crisis or urgency puts in front of us to actually expand our understanding of shared space as a space of coexistence, actually beyond just human species. And this situation of climate change and the COVID pandemic actually stimulates us to reconsider also our understanding of public or shared space as a public and shared environment, where we have to find actually more careful and more sensitive relation and coexistence with nature and with other species. And so this, in our concrete case, means also how to find now ways of continuing our practice of community garden, which is becoming harder and harder under these conditions of really almost no sun anymore on the location, and coexist in this context. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. I really like the difference between the site as an ongoing searching for equilibrium as opposed to the site as a pure potential to be developed at some unknown point in the future. I think that has to say something basic about the ability to survive in the future decades. I will ask the presenters to stick to the 15-minute limitation. Otherwise, we won't be able to cover as much ground as we planned. And we'll carry on to the next presenter, to Miljana Vučković, and her presentation, Identity Fade Out. Miljana Vučković says that she creates space. She explores its scenic potentials, perception and presentation, limits and changeability through theoretical studies and writings, stage design, spatial installations, etc. As an architect, she is interested in narratives about objects. She serves as vice president of Senatoria, organization that stages arts in neglected built heritage. Miljana, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everybody, and thank you for being part of this. So I would like to share screen. Start with this one. Okay, so what I would like to talk about is object that is also in an ongoing process of changes, but not the positive one as Urška just explained, but kind of negative one that led to loss of identity of one's really special object. So what I claim is that a lot of changes, like external changes in urban context and surrounding, like internal modifications of object, like choice of exhibition, topics and narratives, because it's about museum, and adjustment in name when this object or our museum changed a lot of names and connection to other museums, and also changes in perception of residents of Novi Sad led to complete loss of identity. And well, it's now in the process of kind of regaining a new one, but it's still a muddy and kind of confused one. So what I would like to talk about today, it's called the Museum of Contemporary Art of Vojvodina. And once it was built as a museum, sorry, I have to read this one not to make a mistake. So Museum of Labor Movement and People's Revolution of Vojvodina. Beautiful, peculiar building, was built by Ivan Vitic in 1970. And it already, first time it changed its name in 1971. But what is even more interesting is that the building was built as winning proposal of Yugoslavian architectural Yugoslav competition held in 1955, and it's the only object that the architect actually kind of signed away and is, well, I hope that's the term, and it's still unclear for which reason. There are some speculation that it was because heating and ventilation didn't work even before the building was built. And the other claim is that it's because there used to be another one, like mirroring object, that was never built. And the third claim is that he gave up on this building because it was built for too long. This construction period lasted for 11 years. I would like to show you how it looked. So these are some of the photos. Well, it's in current state. You can see it's a bit dilapidated and kind of not really taken care of. It's in really, really nice location in city center, like very near city center of Novi Sad. It's on a street that's one of the oldest in the city and connects Danube River and Danube Quay with the pedestrian zone. So it's like 250 meters, this pedestrian area, and the building it's very middle. So it has this central position, but it's kind of unseen and not part of the city center. Okay, so here's the location of the building. Here's the Danube, Petrovaradin Fortress, and pedestrian, well, the very city center. So it should be kind of seen and recognizable by people, but if you ask people about it, they're not really familiar. Only like museum goers that are into modern art are familiar with it and kind of know it. Some older residents of Novi Sad recognize it still as a museum of revolution, but are kind of unaware of what's going on now there and if building still has some purpose or not really. So it started its life in 1970s, as I said, as the Museum of Labor Movement of People's Revolution of Vojvodina, and it changed its name in 1971, first time changed its name into Museum of Socialist Revolution of Vojvodina.
Sorry, Milena, just a second. I think we're just to check. I think we kept on seeing a single slide. Could you check if because I think you're moving through slides, right? But we only see the initial one.
Oh, sorry. I'm really sorry. Let me just see. So you're seeing this one?
The holes in the wall.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
No, not at all.
Okay, so...
Okay, great.
What about this one? Yeah?
Yeah, great.
Okay, so I went
put full screen.
Okay. So these are the photos I've shown of building's exterior and location. So here is the building, here's the Danube Quay, Petrovaradin Fortress, and city center, and like one of the main axes of the city of Novi Sad. So, yes, these are those. This is location and some greenery, which is also important. It was built as a pedestal and surrounding that is part of the complex, which is like slightly more than 1 hectare big, and it used to be part of it. It's made to be together and to emphasize the building. It's kind of pedestal to show it as a monument. The building is made, the architect's intention was that building together with its collection creates one whole. So the building was created not to have a changing exhibition, but permanent one. And so it influenced actually some architectural decisions. So there is no elevator in the building, even though it's museums. And the entrance for the exhibit is on the basement level. So it's kind of limiting today to be used for changing exhibitions, and the entrance is actually deciding how big of artistic artworks actually can enter it. So it was important then to be built for one exhibition, which was then supplemented with artworks of prominent artists of the time, and it was also planned to be supported by this really newest technology. So we can say today that it was almost interactive. There were kind of light boards and sound boards integrated within exhibition, and it was high tech of the time. So as I mentioned, in 1971, museum changed its name for the first time, and that practice continued almost till today, and kind of it was influenced heavily by political situation and all the changes that were happening in Serbia since then. So let me just still explain a bit more about building. Well, show a bit more about building. This is how it looks today after latest changes in the space around it, which also influenced perception in the at residents. And this is how it used to look like at certain period of like 5 years ago, with some attempts of greenery and creating nice park around it. This is how it looked most of the time, neglected and kind of underused. And this is this beautiful space inside, which is at the very center of the building. It's called Zen Garden. Well, not officially, but unofficially, everybody relates to it. It's Zen Garden, and it's really special space, which is used, well, visitors can use it only during the openings of exhibitions. Usually it's used for museum workers to drink coffee and kind of enjoy it on their own. So this is this space. Okay, and the building has several galleries. It has this multi-purpose hall, which is for cinema, small cinema, but anyway, there is cinema. There are some offices, and it's a modernistic building, so these are the interiors. So here are some interiors. As you can see, some refurbishments have been made because the building was not really well maintained at a certain period during the 90s. So after that, it was renewed, but it was not really well done in a way, not really respecting this restoration and protection. Sorry, I'm liking the word. Protection standards that Institution for Monument Protection actually kind of demanded, but it's not really done like that. Anyway, it's modernized and it's heavily used now today. So people that love modern art are kind of frequently visiting. This is the cinema I mentioned. So next time, in 1992, Museum of Socialist Revolution was integrated into Museum of Vojvodina, which is established in building next to this one, which exists there. And so this independent collection of Museum of Socialist Revolution of Vojvodina collection became a modern history department of Museum of Vojvodina. So it kind of lost its independence and became part of a bigger museum, with segments of collection removed or adjusted to this new nationalist ethno-discourse, which was popular during the 90s. And so exhibition that was once whole with the building and part of it was kind of violently adjusted, and parts of it were completely deleted. They were removed from the building or removed in the basement and left there with only this narrative that suited new political situation remained as remained to be seen by public and to the audience. So a new permanent exhibition was opened in 1997 with this parts removed. The new focus was on Serbian national struggle and unification of province of Vojvodina with Serbia in 1918. So this was the part that was left, and everything that had to do with social and workers' struggle was deliberately removed or kind of deleted from this new narrative. So in 1999, there was bombing, so this object is close to some army objects, as well as there are always casernes in city centers. So their lower parts were a bit damaged during the bombings, and it should have been restored, but it never happened fully. But anyway, in 2000, after these significant political changes in country, again, the exhibition was completely changed, and it shifted content and focus was shifted again. And so 75% or 3/4 of the building were given to the Museum of Contemporary Art, which didn't have their spaces before that as such. And so since then, they're actually having fight with Museum of Vojvodina because of the space. And one of the many disputes was about the tanks and cannons exhibited at the loan between buildings, as you may have seen on some of the photos, and we'll see later again. And so these tanks and cannons were moved around. They were even at Petroleum Fortress one time, but they were basically moved around this loan, this wild piece of neglected greenery between two museums, now one museum actually. And today these tanks are used as playground. They're covered with graffiti, and they're kind of parked. They were for years parked next to the cars that were wildly parked there. It was not official parking lot, but it was just a piece of green land where people used to park because it's close to city center, so it's a bit convenient, and you can actually use that space. So even though Museum of Contemporary Art didn't really like the building, and they were trying to get their new building from the city over and over again and held various architectural competition, through time they basically accepted this building and appropriated it completely. And the previous users of the space, or so-called tenants, because this space also hosted various archives of other institutions like Radio, TV, and Academy of Sciences and Arts of Vojvodina. So these archives were now moved out, and Museum of Contemporary Art basically took over all the spaces. And this museum, these previous exhibits and parts of Museum of Socialist Revolution were all kind of moved in one gallery, which was enclosed by some panels. So something that was previously spread around a really, really big space and covering 3,250 square meters was now in around 100 and something square meters in one gallery. And the light was always off, so you basically could not see this exhibition anyhow. You could just like peer into and see some flags and uniforms and other memorabilia of war crammed together and kind of forming this terrible mess in the dark. So you could just kind of imagine what the exhibition looked like previously. So as I said, these exhibitions were kind of changing and moving each other and pushing out one another. And well, the winner today is Museum of Contemporary Art of Vojvodina, because they are official users of the buildings. Museum of Vojvodina is managing the building, which they do quite not really gladly and eagerly, since they're not using the building, and the city of Neja is the owner of the building. So it's really complicated situation, not being resolved anyhow anymore. So again, as I said, in 2000 bring this contemporary art narrative as the main users of the building, but like last political changes in Serbia brought back this again, topic of unification as the one, especially that in 2018, it was 100 years of celebration or jubilee of unification of Vojvodina to Serbia. So everything that was anyhow celebrated during that year was connected with this topic, like institutions, cultural or artistic institutions could choose to be part of that or receive no funding at all during that year. And also it was proclaimed the project of national significance. So basically nobody could oppose it. And what city have done is that they actually decided to take this loan between Museum of Vojvodina and Museum of Contemporary Art of Vojvodina and turn it into Park of Unification, meaning that they did some poor landscape design and basically spent a lot of money on that. And before that, only a year before that, city actually made a parking, which was heavily opposed by citizens. And there were some citizens' initiatives really fighting to protect this piece of land and make it better and make it used in some meaningful way. And that battle is ongoing since 2015. There is this initiative which is called to protect this piece of land between the museums. And especially this piece of land was mainly used by kids or dog owners, and they appropriated it during years, even though this piece of land, like exterior, was proclaimed protected surrounding of cultural monument in 2007. It was never regulated by city until this citizens initiative started using it and trying to protect it for building. City only wanted to make this as a parking lot, and they're still attempting to do that 3 years. So it's an ongoing battle between initiatives and the city, even though city has much more resources on their side, and they are using this method of bringing new changes in plans, like on holidays or during days you cannot really actually see the plans and oppose them and do anything about it.
Milena,
So,
could I ask you just to wrap up, because we're quite a bit across the timing, so...
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm just going to walk you through photos. So this is when somebody searches for Museum of Socialist Revolution of Vojvodina, you can actually find memorabilia being sold, but not really anything about it. This is when somebody Googles Museum of Contemporary Art of Vojvodina, and these are the canons and tags I mentioned. And this is the entrance to the building, which is lacking any meaningful design for this, and it's kind of really unwelcoming. What I wanted also to say that on internet presentations, like also in Museum of Contemporary Art or Museum of Vojvodina, city touristic organization or official city website and others, there is no whatsoever explanation of the history of the building or anything. You really have to try hard to find all these things that I just mentioned. And architects are only now trying to gain any interest in the building and the history of it. It's kind of gaining popularity right now, and it's really popular among hipsters as other socialist buildings because they're beautiful too, as spomenics as well. Like they're visually interesting to be part of photo, but no narrative or context is being said or explored. So thank you very much. I think I said the most important things, but it's only the beginning as for me.
Thanks so much. So like every building, and I think it's only a beginning. Building evolves through time, and I think you showed really impressively how a building starts to become a ruin in some sense on the day it's opened, and also how it gets on to be appropriated throughout of its existence. The two interesting processes that we are only now coming to terms with, I think. We'll move to the last presentation of the first panel. I'll introduce the presenter, Peter Rauch, who has degrees in architecture and photography. The focus of his creative practice is the split between things documented and those that are constituted. In his theoretical research, he explores the role of negation in the process of thinking and the issue of rupture in the fields of art, science, and politics. Peter is here in physical form, not in digital, so I'm especially glad to be able to hand you not the screen, but the presentation this time.
Can you hear me well? Thank you. Yep. Yeah, hi to everyone here present and online. Most of all, thanks for the invitation. I appreciate the Nonument movement, to be sincere, especially the symposium sequences, and I'm really looking forward to the book presentation tonight. Well, in this presentation, I'll try to pinpoint key steps in my transition from the pictures of objects, buildings and everyday items to the places those items, buildings and objects occupy. So how did I get from taking pictures to fiddling around with places? And by places, I mean, is this working? It's not. Can you check, please? Yeah, it works. Thanks. And by places, I mean the structural places, their political, social, and psychic value. So I can say from the other point of view, when one accumulates things or count the belongings or deny an existence of this and that, one does that in a particular position, not only that one occupies a place, one establishes the place through denial or counting or accumulation. And that's the type of a place I'm interested in my practice. A place as a standpoint of enunciation. So in this brief presentation, I'll try to do a reverse engineering of what I understand takes place in my work. Or in other words, I'm thinking about my practice and what this practice means and what kind of place does it take. It's not a linear presentation of thinking behind the practice rather than thinking after the practice, trying to understand what exists in my work, what takes one and the same place. So there is not like a thought underlying the practice and then I'm now here to explain it, but rather in reverse, thinking of the aftermath. So let's see an example. I start with the long-term project called The Objects. I've been intrigued by the barren state of our everyday environment, the architecture of our homes, houses, flats, that normally provides no surprise at all. And to be honest, flipping through the architecture magazines every now and then, I still do that, it really bores me to death. Because what doesn't get through the magazine pictures is this tiny lack in the repetition of this, let's call it our existential decoration, a kind of imaginary layer, an overlay, and a kind of facade. These slits and cracks of our places that allow for the material to disclose its structure and its history are something that I'm after in my work all the time. I've been after those traces of the repressed matter of our everyday life since the, let's say, the beginning of the object series. And I think it's there, it's everywhere, but it's normally ignored, this crack, this something that goes wrong or something that should be ignored or denied in any way. And I'm not claiming recognition in kind of emancipatory manner. On the contrary, I think it works pretty well as repressed, as if not being there really. And it's this form of denial, repression, or organization of matter and these cracks of matter of our everyday environment that interests me greatly. As a photographer, I was documenting and exhibiting those house cracks for some time, producing all those pictures and explanatory texts like this one at the moment. And that would eventually pile up a body of work, a kind of volume that, of course, has its own cracks through the different kind of constructions or different kind of representations of those constructions. It has its own flaws that one has to step over or ignore, pretend not to. They're not there. Those cracks of my work started to overlap with the cracks of the objects my work captured. And the two found a body, of course, familiar type of cracks in the process of public presentation. The flaws of gallery installations and bookmaking. Yeah. And so the feature of one place appeared as a corresponding feature of any other place or object. They would overlap, they would relate to each other, and that was something that I was interested in. I came to a particular structure of this objects project. It somehow revolves around the contingency of an object and of an articulation. The initial 5 categories were called chapters. I called them chapters because they were presented in a book format. So those were the pictures of found objects and situations of very mundane situations, everyday living environment. And the cracks of that practice, so when did something went wrong, and I wanted to reconstruct those cracks in a kind of repetitive manner, so just to repeat those mistakes. And the fifth one was the presentation, of course, of this this practice and the public presentation with its own flaws and disturbances. So an example of reconstruction of one of the Ljubljana Sever buildings. So in 2016, I've realized this project came to an end. As soon as I read out the structure, I found that the method became a routine. The images started to repeat, and they would fit in those 5 categories. And actually, I finished with this particular image here, and that was the image that was the first image of the series. So it wasn't like a linear coming to an end and saying, okay, this is, let's just burn it out. It started with this image, really. Kind of like the image that would somehow sum up or round the whole structure. But nevertheless, I kept on shooting more and more material in the same manner, and as it was fun, it brought a lot of pleasure to me, and I really wanted to do it, regardless that I declared it was over, that I found it as already a finished project. And I'm still doing that. I repeat all those images, filling up the chapters, and I have no intention of quitting this project, although I think it's quite fixed. So it was a kind of realization that I came to a particular structure that was there just to keep the practice running. But at the same time, it opened up a particular notion that there is a possibility to shift the practice on another level. So I kind of opened up a parallel practice, I could call it. And that started with the pavilion. And the pavilion was my first object that I deliberately wanted to take place in my more intimate structure on my everyday kind of experience. I wanted to create an object to be in dialogue with me, to talk to me. I wanted this object to chase me, even I would say to wake me up. So I wanted to create something that is more demanding. It's not just like documenting something that I'm completely comfortable with, but more as some kind of a new dialogue with the object I wanted to create. And I did this with the object of pavilion that was constructed from the borrowed exhibition walls from various cultural institutions in Slovenia. I borrowed them because I wanted to dissolve after it was finished. So I didn't want to just throw them away. I wanted to take them back. And these exhibition walls were put together in the manner of a kind of black box in the space of the Museum of Contemporary Art in Ljubljana, painted in black as black box. From the inside, painted white as white cube. So that would kind of provide a shelter for a community of artists that I would later on invite to fill in the space with their own work. So every day during the duration of the exhibition for 2 months, there was a new solo show put on in this white cube black box pavilion. Every single day there was a new artist presenting his or her work, or a group of artists or creatives. Was a very different community of people showing their ideas, their sketches, their finished projects, their even gatherings, family meetings, etc. It was 52 events that I had to produce here, that I had to put on and open every single day. So it was very intense experience, and I would say that it didn't just provide a shelter for community that's been there for a while, but it more like created a new community. And paradoxically, as I wanted something to be more intimately involved with my relationship to objects, I had to introduce a larger community, a larger social structure to it. So it was kind of dialectical situation that took place here. And after we finished, after 2 months, we dismantled the walls and took them back to the institutions as they were. And that took me to a new step of treating the space of exhibitions, of presenting the work. And that happened in the opportunity that I had in Škuc Gallery to present my work in 2018. Yeah. And it was titled Cross Section. I wanted to do in this project, I wanted to deal with gallery as a sculptural piece, or as a kind of matter that would provide material for presenting the space itself. So I treated the gallery space as an object that was found and articulated in a certain manner, that was even found and repeated in a certain manner. I really didn't want to work, to introduce any outside work, any previous work. I wanted to use what was there. And there were just white walls. So I used those white walls, and we literally, with these laser blades, cut pieces of this wall and put them in the gallery to disclose the matter behind those layers and layers of the decoration. We did this kind of like probing for conservation purposes of certain parts of the gallery space. And we did a copy, it's in this, of a particular part of the gallery space in a plaster cast, and we hung them from the ceiling. So it was like the gallery disclosing its own material underlying structure or support. So kind of providing a matter, its own flesh as the building matter for showing the gallery space itself. And as it was then put back together in the same spots where we found, or where we took the pieces of walls, still I think it functioned as an object that was created there and that remained in this kind of exhibition images and discussions, etc. So I think this exhibition was treated, from my point of view, as another object, created, repeated, documented, and I wanted to repeat that again. And I did that a year later in another gallery, in another context. This time I removed the floating ceiling panels to show the underlying construction, and on the floor I put the material that was taken from the basement underneath this gallery. At the time, there was this heavy weightlifting athletes club underneath, and they were renovating the space, and they were throwing out this old material, construction material, and I would take it back in the gallery upstairs and arranged it in a new composition. So what I wanted to do is just rearrange the matter and try to compress on the material level in what kind of context this gallery functions. Here are some details. And this took me to my recent work that is going on at the moment in the studio practice, or I would call the places. I never had a studio before that. I was more or less working in the galleries or in the field photography, or in various temporary places, rent-out places. But this time, at the beginning of February, I had the possibility to take over the studio in K4 building in Ljubljana, and I just continued with this practice of researching the material aspect of this studio, doing all the possible copies, plaster casts, molds, silicone molds, reorganizing the trash I found in the place itself. All that with one single intention: to create a particular debate within my colleagues that I invited. That was the time of the lockdown, so there weren't many of them, 2, 3, I think, but nevertheless, that is the range I wanted to address at that time, because I wanted to open up discussion, and that's the main point. It's not the point that I wanted to create another exhibition object, rather than the opening kind of discursive space. And immediately after that, with a group of colleagues, photographers, artists, we took over a basement in one of the residential places in center of Ljubljana, and we're in the process of organizing this place in artist-run community darkroom and workshops. It's called Kela, and here are some images of this construction site that didn't change much, really, but it provides us with a particular kind of space, and I think, I believe that this is something that is going to evolve continuously throughout our engagement and throughout our community work there. I'm not treating these places as architectural objects, neither as sculpture pieces. They are from my point of view, structure places, really. A kind of node points where things can happen, where thoughts could emerge without being reduced to a level of an item or a currency or an exchange value. I believe we can still keep the structure without reductionism to a currency level. So a structure of thought on the one side and a structure of objects on the other side. So they are separated. But they coexist, of course. They cannot be easily translatable as they are in constant opposition. They deny each other, but only by doing so, I think they establish themselves. So on one side, thoughts, and on the other side are objects. And I find danger in believing in currency format these days, in a format of presentable items without thought. An exchange value or an object takes place where a thought left it, really. And a thought stands for an object that's not there. They are kind of either in either or position. And in that manner, I think we can move from economy to ontology back and forth. As Freud would put it, from an economical unbearable situation, we get to ontological lack, where there's something that is economically in a physical, psychological manner unbearable, we get to find the object that is lacking, and that is, of course, the guilty object. An object and a thought, of course, they take the same place, but never at the same time. The thing is that exchange value of objects is prevailing today. Therefore, we need to fight for a place of thinking, a domain where thought can take place. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I think this was really wonderful. It reminded also the focus on the mistake, the seizure, when something goes wrong. It seemed to me quite similar to the fascination with the newly built ruins in a way in the 19th century. How the fascination starts when you also reconstruct mistakes. And I thought that that's an interesting take in comparison to the other presentations, which are all wide-ranging but had this in common. In a way, the real fun or the real story starts when the initial script either goes wrong or is changed. And I think we have a conceptual blind spot in how to operate with this and how to think with the mistake. And I think this was really interesting. We're obviously way over time, and I'm possibly the only person surprised by this. So I think we'll have time for one question. I'll try to combine two questions that have popped up in YouTube discussion, because they're both addressed to Urška specifically. And the first asks her about how the future evolvement of the cross-construction site will, negotiate the relations between neighborhood residents, landscape architects, and the city, municipality, I suppose. And another listener is asking Urška, how does it look, the interaction between the visitors and the users and the terrain? Because terrain is a construction site. So, how is it secured, or is it even possible to move throughout the terrain? Very sort of a hand-on questions, but I think hand-on is maybe a linking theme to the whole project beyond construction site. Urška, please.
Yeah, thank you. So, to start with the last question, I don't know, I hear some echo. I don't know how it's for you.
We can hear you fine.
Okay. So regarding the visitors, actually, yes, the site is the site where the garden is taking place is fine. I mean, it's not institutionalized, formalized in this way, secured, safe by all the protocols side. And what is actually a more problematical part is actually one part of the site is really somehow fencing still a deep hole, which is a remnants of construction digging. So this part we secured by ourselves with the fence, but this is also one actually fact that we cannot just open up this location because it still has this specific status of closed construction site. And even though we would like to make it even more accessible and open and public, we cannot take this responsibility on ourselves because still the location where the garden is taking place, it is really somehow side by side with still kind of dangerous construction hole. So the site is maybe not so formal or formalized as, let's say, more institutionalized or city planned gardens, but so far we didn't have any accident. And also in that sense, people really appreciate this location as somehow self-made, self-grown, and maybe a bit less formalized, also as a place for kids to play. You know, we have a lot of young families and they appreciate actually this kind of a little bit more rough situation. And the first question regarding the future and the relation between the users, and local inhabitants and the city, actually we didn't even imagine that we will be able to stay so long, as I mentioned, 10 years. We are still an example or a case of a temporary practice, and we are bound to this 1 year contracts which we prolong from year to year. And actually people are aware of this fact. Even though it did change now, you can imagine in the 10 years you develop a certain relation to this place which you establish, and still some people from the, let's say, first generation are with us. So we were once confronted with the, let's say, order to stop with the activity and to move out in a kind of fast manner. And it came out that because of the city plans to start in a closed location to our garden temporary parking places. And at that time, when we called up the meeting, people, users of the garden, actually reacted in a way that even though they are aware of the temporarity of this place, they are not willing to leave it for another temporary use, which is planned by the city, which is of so not sustainable manner or content, like a temporary parking place was planned at that time. This was 5 years ago. And somehow we were communicating then back to the city, and the city pulled back and actually even developed their own initiative for this neighborhood, also closed off construction site location. We are neighbors to each other, which is also of a temporary experimental spatial nature, and it's called terrain. We
Urška,
don't...
Sorry, because we're in such a hurry, I think we'll have to wrap it up at this point. Hopefully we'll be able to continue this discussion, because I think there's a lot of interest for this project specifically, and for all the questions we weren't able to cover right now because of the time constraint. I would like to thank all of the 4 panelists so much for being here, either via screen or on the stage. And I will finish with the first panel now. Because we're in a slight delay, we'll start with the second panel, Urban Discontinuity, a couple of minutes after the schedule. But the delay won't be great. So thanks to everyone, and we'll proceed after the short break. Thank you.
Ja, lahko. Hello, everybody, wherever you are. I'm glad to present the next panel of the Nonument Symposium, which is the third symposium taking place. And the title of this panel is Urban Discontinuity. My name is Nika Grabar, and I will be moderating the panel. So if you have any questions, please make sure that you write them in YouTube, and there will be time to ask these questions at the end of the panel. There will be 4 people presenting, and I would like to ask everyone presenting in the panel to please do stick to the 15 minutes. We will give you a hint that you have to end if you go over. But just short description of what the theme of this panel is going to be about. So, urban discontinuity. The topic basically deals mostly with the theme of post-socialist environments. And we can say that, strangely, after the fall of communism in Europe, the relatively recent urban and welfare state infrastructure seems to us, I believe, more ancient than most of 19th and early 20th century spaces. So this archaeological experience of the socialist city tells us, I believe, more about the nature of the present than it does about the recent past. So reading the way public and private space survive and transform during a transition means actually reading the social and political voids, demonstrating a specter of collective suppressions. The first to present in this wide theme is Blaž Babnik-Romaniuk. Then will be Antonia Stanel. After her, Adam Knight, and after him, Helka Jaskowski. Blaž Babnik-Romaniuk works in the field of architecture, urban planning, history of architecture and urbanism. He studied architecture and art history at the University of Ljubljana. As a founder of the practice of BRAT, he focuses on residential architecture, urban planning, and project development. He is currently involved with topics of public space, exhibition design, and competition organizing. So his presentation is entitled Hidden in Plain Sight, the network of cooperative centers in Slovenia.
Thank you, Nika, for the introduction. And just sitting here now, I noticed the hidden meaning behind the chosen title of our presentation. It's Hidden in Plain Sight. As is also audience of this symposia, most of you are in digital realm out there, hidden from us, but we thank you for following this symposium in this way as well. A round of thanks, of course, to begin with. This is a presentation that's done by me, but of course it's a labor of a group of people. First of all, there's a group of 4 curators that we are preparing the project for Venice Biennial Biennale Architettura that was supposed to take place in 2020. Of course, as we now know, it's 2021. So along with me, Martina Malešić, Asta Vrečko, and Rastko Pečar are curators of this project that focuses on cooperative centers, about which I will focus this presentation on. I would like to thank to our commissioner, Mateusz Celik, that was supporting us along the way. Unfortunately, he's departed from this position, and we wish him all the best. And also to other staff at Mao Museum as commissioners that were supporting the project and chose it as appropriate to present Slovenian attribution in the Biennale, which is titled "How Will We Live Together?" Of course, this topic has become in last year, of course, extremely important, and the meaning of the topic of the Biennale has gotten quite intensified. How will we actually live together? Hopefully, the topic that we will be presenting, the cooperative centers that were built in Yugoslavia then and now Slovenia and territory of former Yugoslavia, will also somehow offer a bit of an answer of how will we live together. Hidden in Plain Sight was the chosen title of this presentation. Otherwise, the title of our project is Common in the Community, as it focuses on common, not only spaces, but values, presentations, issues that each community has to deal with, and it's part of their community. Hidden in Plain Sight was somehow an answer to the question that when we were invited to Nonument, for which we thanks Miloš for inviting us. Of course, the first question was why were we invited to discuss the topic of cooperative centers at a symposium of Nonument that discusses abandoned and not only abandoned, neglected, recontextualized project of the last century, because our main point of this project was all is well and alive and very active about cooperative centers. It's a forgotten project, but it's very much alive in local communities. And after reading his explanation, his motivation for inviting us to this symposium, we also tried to think, how do we actually fit into this? And it helped us to perhaps recontextualize the project itself. There's two ways in which we see the project fitting in. In one way, the project itself of building cooperative center was never abandoned. It was executed. It is still live and well and functioning. So there is no monument to talk about on one hand. Of course, on the other hand, the project itself, the federal project of building so many cooperative centers, is in itself a specific event that was abandoned after 2 years, and its scope, its ambition can be seen now as something that could be seen as a monument. It was an enormous and encompassing achievement that somehow got executed very well, implemented, and from then on, from the it started in 1947, and up till now, it's hardly, you have to really search for a similar project that has its scope, not only in its size and its geographic scale, but also in how many different people, aspects, disciplines it involved. It's hard to find a similar project. There are really just a few, like building of cultural center of Cankarjev Dom. It really was a collective effort that perhaps can be seen now as a monument that we should now and then remember it. So what is there to learn from building of cooperative centers? Besides that this undertaking was monumentous and it should be remembered, it's also that existence and perseverance of architecture of specific buildings, it depends as much on the concepts and plans of architecture, how it will be built, but also in the same scale and in the same measure, how was this implemented? What were the methods, how they approached the actual bricks and mortar issues, how they put together the buildings, how it was organized. This was as much important as it was the projects of buildings themselves. One topic, of course, that is a takeaway from this once we analyze the project of cooperative centers is that there are a crucial social infrastructure as they play the role of interior public spaces. I'll discuss this in more detail further on, and we'll start the presentation now. First of all, what is this project, this large-scale project that I'm talking about? Then we'll see how it was developed, implemented, and in the end, what are actual consequences, what is there to see today. So starting off with the slide of, it's quite bleak, but actually it's very optimistic. The project of building cooperative centers was part of the agricultural and economic, social reform after the Second World War with the new socialist state. It was a project by building cooperative centers to support the industrialization, the development of the countryside, to provide food security, to keep the rural areas alive, develop, to raise the productivity, to gain more food, to keep, not to keep, but to enable people to remain in the countryside, to improve the rural aspects of it, the agricultural part, and so on. So it was a project that actually affected the whole state in sense of its effect on economy, as it was also, in a sense, it encompassed the whole territory, not only of Slovenia, now Slovenia, but the whole federal state. It was a federal project. The first plan was to build more than 6,000 cooperative centers through whole of Yugoslavia. And in Slovenia, they started out with 400 plans, 400 proposed buildings. By public support, they expanded it to 530 almost. So the first slide, it shows a graphic of only 200 of these buildings that was supposed to be built. So even twice as much as this image shows was the original federal plan of how many cooperative centers there should be built in Slovenia at least. So we can see there's actually, we can see the whole territory. It's from main towns, cities, small cities, villages, really remote areas. So the scope of the project, so in social and geographical aspect, was immense, to say the least. It was, as I said, part of federal decree to build these centers, and it was very well organized. In a sense, we can see in this slide, unfortunately, I cannot show it, but there's a point where it says there should be 529 buildings built. There is a list of how many working hours for specific professionals will be needed. And this is only one small aspect of the organization. You can see on the right-hand side, there's a plaque on one of the cooperative centers, which says in detail how many working volunteers hours was involved in building it, how much money was used, how much money was gained from donations, from state support, from different social actors. So when they built it, it was important to show this was built in this way. So the organization and the way it was built, it was not only organized well, but it was also documented in every aspect, from how many working hours was implemented, where it was built, how far did they got, and everything was documented in sense of photography, data, and so on, just to show where is this project going. Part of the organization was also promotion or propaganda. There was a Zadružni dom cooperative center called, which you could follow. This was part of the daily newspaper, weekly newspaper with the highest dissemination. It was a large part of this newspaper, if I'm not mistaken, about a third of the whole paper. And it told not only how is the project going, but you could find plans inside, different instructions, and so on. So mass media was part of the important aspect to mobilize and show that this project is going well, which it was. As a result, there were more than 350 buildings erected in Slovenia. The number when we started the project, the numbers that we could find was about 110. So there were more than 250 buildings missing from, let's say, not only collective remembrance, but also from historical records, from articles on this topic. There were 250 buildings missing, and this is the forgotten project that I was talking about. Most of them, this list you can see was compiled by us. Most of them are still active and going really well. So I'll have to rush a bit. So we can see this is really a project that is all-encompassing social phenomena. To go on, how was this being built? To keep it short, most of it was organized to be simple, top-down principles, but the building itself and where it was built, which plans were used, it was mainly done bottom-up. So each community could choose its plans, how they will work. They got support from professionals, builders. There was shock work. Many organizations were involved. Youth organizations, women's organizations, education facilities were supporting the building efforts of the communities. There was always cultural aspect on the building sites and in the final plans of the cooperative centers itself. It was a crucial aspect. It never dealt only with agriculture. It was about improving social conditions in rural areas and in areas that needed development from all aspects, cultural, educational, most of the times infrastructural, and so on. So besides being very organized and very well documented, it was a competition who built most of the buildings in the short time. So there was badges to be won and so on. And to make a short point about the participation, the whole plan was, in a urbanistic sense, developed quite or thought out quite in modernistic sense as a separate center in the village, consisting, as you can see, between the old village and the new modernistic village. But this is, I think, the important part of this project. Once the participation of the local communities was part of the project, it was built differently. They used the plans, the model plans that they got them from the state. They could adapt them. They could choose the location. They could decide what they actually need and how to build them. And this is one of the key aspects and key takeaways, that these buildings are still alive and well, specifically because the community involvement was part from the planning phase to the building phase to the management phase. And to rush through the outcomes, so we can see the communal halls of different sizes, from bowling fields, converted to bowling fields, to small areas, and to large-scale audience. This is all part of the same project that was done in very different remote areas or areas that are now part of cities, always adapted to local communities, always most of the times run by local communities for their needs and their purposes. And this is the key aspect why this is still alive and well. And we can see these are, I'll just finish up here. I'm sorry, I'm already a bit late. This was one of the first, or there were two cooperative centers built on the same day. One is here in Predmeja, which is only the small part by an old hotel, which was converted to cooperative center. The other is on the completely other side of Slovenia. And this part, the oldest one, still alive and well. This small part, unobtrusive, if you drove by, you wouldn't know this is a community center, but this is actually in a remote area where the small villages are all around, is very well functioning, active, and they have new plans to renew and make the older part very well active again. And to finish up, we hope that the Biennale will take place in 2021 as envisioned, and hope to meet you all there. to perhaps explain more a bit cooperative centers. So sorry for the a bit long, and thanks a lot.
Thank you, Blaž, very much for your very insightful and interesting presentation, and we're looking forward to more. I think there have been already questions, but like I said, there will be a chance to answer them at the end of the panel, because otherwise we will be really too late. Therefore, I would like to present the second speaker, who will be joining us via Zoom. We're happy that at least one of the speakers was able to make it here in person. The next person to speak is Antonia Stanev with her presentation entitled "The Home as an Antithesis to the Communist City and the Monument, the Preservation of Tradition During Totalitarianism." Antonia Stanev is an intern architect currently working at Diamond Schmidt Architects in Toronto, Canada. She recently graduated from the University of Waterloo School of Architecture, having completed her thesis on the recontextualizing of an abandoned communist monument in Bulgaria. Her passions in architecture lie in its intersection with various mediums such as materials, craftsmanship, history, politics, art, film, and literature. She loves the narratives and atmospheres that can be constructed through physical spaces. So I give the word to you, Antonia. Thank you. Please, 15 minutes.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, I'm just going to share my screen right now. It is not allowing me to share my screen.
Okay, Antonia, actually right now we are having some problems, I'm told. So if you can just hold on 1 minute, I'll give you a sign once we're ready. Thank you.
Perfect.
Now the floor is really yours.
Perfect, thank you. I don't think I'm able to share my screen still, unfortunately. It says that it's been disabled for screen sharing.
So, can you hear me? Can they hear me in the backstage? Okay, now it's supposed to work.
Oh, now I can share it, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Lovely background, by the way.
Thank you. You guys can see my screen, right?
Yes, yes.
Perfect. Okay, well, I was going to start by saying hello and thank you for having me. I am very happy to be here today with you guys and engage in these important discourses on the possible lives of monuments in our cities that they can take on. Today, I'll be talking about the making of the grand propaganda narrative of communism, which continues to be told through the typology of the regime's monuments. I'll be discussing the resisting dissident forces against communism occurring in the Bulgarian home at the time, and finally delve into the material narratives of the home and thoughts on how we can deal with the abandoned spaces occupied by the communist monuments today. So let's begin with the grand narrative. During 1946 to 1989, Bulgaria fell under communism. During that time, over 150 monuments were built to celebrate and propagate the Communist Party's ideology, and most of them are now abandoned and in ruination. The Friendship Monument, one of the 150 monuments, was built in 1979 on Turnotepe Hill in Varna, Bulgaria, by the architect Kamen Guranov and sculptors Alyosha and Evgeny. The monument is located away from the city center and near the Sea Garden, which is a landmark and beach destination. The monument was intentionally positioned on top of the hill, marking a permanent image of an envisioned utopian future. To formulate an urban approach that addresses the complexity of recontextualizing the abandoned Friendship Monument, we must first begin to deconstruct the original intent and urbanism of the site. So the monument is built in the socialist realist style. It is intentionally followed followed classical architectural philosophy, using the park in which it was situated to promote its visual hierarchy within the city. Visual hierarchy manifests itself through architectural cues such as squares in front of the building, an axis dividing and rationalizing the hill, and a grand staircase to reach the Friendship Monument. The architecture is modeled for the ideal body, following the perfect proportions, symmetry, and the golden mean. So inspired by architect Le Corbusier's modular man, the communists created their own tool of measurement for human proportion, which is the Soviet man. The Soviet man would pave the way to utopia, erasing his identity and history in the process. He was a tool as a means to equalize a heterogeneous country. The Soviet man was a modern man looking to the future. He would leave his tradition and values behind and will live to be loyal to the state, hardworking, efficient, and part of the collective. So the Friendship Monument is embedded with icons and symbols telling the narratives of the new society. The central stair leads the Soviet man up the hill on a pilgrimage to reach the monument, whose architectural form tells the story of two wings, two nations, Bulgaria and Russia, embracing in a union. Figurative sculptures are done in the Cubist style, abstracting human bodies, which is a tool to portray homogeneity. The square forces people to gather in a crowd, manifesting the collective. The monument becomes a symbol, a myth, an object that is from the realm of propaganda rather than reality. Its story is created through the architectural elements it is composed of. It is a journey of the Soviet man and his reaching of the monument, which is a metaphor for reaching full conformity. The hero completes his journey once he crosses the threshold and preys upon the communist star that is illuminated by a light entering through a slit opening. So moving into a resistance. The Soviet man was the monument's protagonist, and his antagonist was the non-Soviet man, who was hidden from view and made up of the discarded and non-conformist parts of himself that were rejected by the hegemonic state. The non-Soviet man hides in the privacy of his home, away from the dreamlike world on the outside. The Soviet man lived in panelki, the apartments built for mass housing. The panelki were standardized small spaces, efficient and identical. The architecture reflected the society, which is one where everybody is equal. The 1985 installation piece by Russian dissident artist Ilya Kabakov, The Man Who Flew into Space from His Apartment, picture here on the left, captures the feeling of escapism and disassociation during communism. Petr Belanok, a Ukrainian nonconformist artist, also captured these surreal themes through his images that typically depict an individual breaking away from the collective and being pulled by a cosmic force, defying gravity. There was no room for spontaneity or newness in the Communist Manifesto, so people needed to express themselves during that time. They began to turn their apartments into secret art galleries. An unofficial micro-experimental space was one of the many spaces born out of the oppression and control over the individual during communism. It flourished into a heterotopia, a new kind of space, neither entirely private nor entirely public. It was a place of gathering and exchanging stories. The home became the place of rebellion. People were able to hold on to their traditions and cultural identity that the outside world was trying to erase. Heidegger describes dwelling as a place where one preserves and nurtures. The idea of home extends beyond a physical space and is explored in nostalgic memories, experiences, rituals, and traditions. The state understood the home was a threat to their utopian vision, as tradition was ingrained in the way people lived, and it was reflected and passed on in the home. Tradition implied a past which the communist government looked to erase. Common house objects became a menace. Propaganda aimed to reform the Soviet man's taste to modern, simple designs. Man-made materials fabricated in factories, such as plastics and concrete, are promoted in the interiors of the Soviet homes. These materials are unnatural, creating a disassociative experience of the environment, as well as stemming away from the traditional vernacular ways of building. The non-natural materials become linked to technology and modernism, resistant to impermanence, which are driving forces of the communist utopia. As a means to resist, the interior of the Soviet home focused on natural materials, organicism, and folk craft. You can find woven rugs, ceramics, wood, and fur, which create a tactile microenvironment in the concrete apartment blocks. This type of folk craft moved away from the world of symbols, myths, and visual dominance that characterized the city. The decor of the home became an expression of identity. Its environment had texture, It was tactile, stimulating the senses and creating an immediate, intimate connection between person and place. The overwhelming smells of indigenous dried herbs hanging in the balcony, boiling coffee on the stove, and pickled cabbage being prepared are part of the micro-narratives of the home. The French philosopher Gaston Blanchard says, "Vision pushes us out of the space, making us mere spectators. A world of visual dominance causes alienation, detachment, solitude, exteriority, and though it creates thought-provoking sculptures, it has not facilitated human rootedness. Where to put our memories, imagination, and dreams?" In the dim-lit atmosphere of the home, the vision becomes blurred, allowing one to tune into other senses. The home feels warm, intimate, a reclusive sanctuary, a place of congregation. You encounter the silhouettes of people talking behind heavy curtains and candlelight. The ambiguous atmosphere dulls the clarity of one's vision, immersing one into experiencing the space. The home can be likened to Eva Hesse's piece Ascension 2. Its outside made of industrial steel associated with the masculine, while its inside is woven, evoking the soft and textured feminine interior. The home opposes the Soviet man with its association to the woman who represents domesticity and ornamentation. The woman purchases fabrics while her husband is at work and sews heavy curtains to cover the windows of the kitchen, the living room, and the bedroom, isolating the home from the outside with comforting textiles. The authentic celebration of history, craftsmanship, and culture is turned into Soviet kitsch during communism. With industrialization, mass production of goods takes the essence of everyday folk craft and turns it into cheap, machine-made, impersonal, and soulless products. Kitsch art is the art of the mass. This extends towards the fast production of the Penalty blocks and the superficial symbols of communism adorning the Friendship Monument. Folk craft becomes a tool for the preservation of identity, culture, memory, and history through the micro-narratives of common people against the background of the grand narrative of communism. It ties non-material Bulgarian culture, such as festivals, to its material culture, which are objects and crafts such as the rugs, pottery, fur, religious icons, and wooden furniture. So let's delve into the micro-narratives of the Bulgarian folk craft. Fur becomes more than the upholstery found in the home. It becomes the central material draped over a chair, stimulating the sense of touch. We can find the material of fur in Bulgarian folk culture, celebrated in the pagan folk ritual of the kukeri, which are the wild men. Men dress in fur costumes to embody forest spirits and dance in cities to chase evil spirits away. The ancient craft of weaving in Bulgaria originates in the Chiprovsky region and is very important to the identity of the home. The Bulgarian woman colors her threads in natural dyes and weaves them to construct a sense of place in the house using a wooden loom. The natural colors and patterns of the textiles capture the nostalgic landscapes of the countryside. It celebrates the woman and the domestic, challenging the modern industrial values of the monument that look down upon the feminine, ornamentation, and folk history. The rug in the Soviet home becomes the wall, hung as a layer on top of the concrete apartment walls, and this new woven wall acts as an acoustic barrier, muffling private conversations from the ears of the neighbors. It is used as a physical language of resistance against the surveillance society. Interestingly, according to Gottfried Semper, the first wall was woven, emerging from the ancient craft of weaving in primitive civilizations in the form of screens. The woven wall is held together by a series of knots, which creates forms and patterns, and the weaver creates ornament through the knot, which becomes a part of the wall, not an addition. This old traditional Bulgarian house uses the technique of weaving and turns it into architecture. This house is called a plitarka, which translates to mean something woven. It is made using the wattle and daub construction, and it is a woven space. So what can we take from this language of resistance, and how can we use it to inspire spaces that challenge the monument? What architectural forms embrace the temporal, celebrate traditions, gathering and exchanging of stories, materiality, and the maker? Can we use this opposing philosophy to the monument to create something new on the site of nonuments and reoccupy them meaningfully? Traditional Bulgarian building materials include clay, stone, wood, adobe, and wattle and daub. And the traditional Bulgarian architecture celebrates these ecological materials and techniques constructed with one's bare hands. They are not meant to become eternal symbols like the monument. Looking back to Bulgarian vernacular, we find a focus on craft, material, and intimate scale. The yurt is the primitive Bulgarian dwelling of the nomads. It is temporary, made from indigenous natural materials such as earth, cotton, fur, wood, and textiles, all of the materials that make up the interior layers of the Soviet home. The yurt is part of the land, embracing the changes of its environment and the transformation of its construction with weathering and use. The dweller builds his home, forming an intimate connection between maker and place. Here are some contemporary interpretations of the yurt. They can be seen in the structures of Mario Mertz and Magdalena Abakanowicz, a Polish artist who creates woven sculptures called abacons, turning the art of textiles into interactive spaces that have a lifelike quality. The form of the yurt embodies domesticity and the feminine space. Another example is the Greek architect Dimitris Pikionis, who designed the paths up the Acropolis using local ancient materials and creating vistas, bringing history through materiality. His appreciation of nature and craftsmanship is evident in this project and can be used as a source of inspiration towards the redesign of the site of Nonuments. Pikionis allows experimentation and embraces imperfection in his design. Rather than providing fully specified architectural drawings, his established a framework for the makers, guiding them while giving them freedom in their craft and materials. This is the opposite approach to the one of the communist city, where the vision and the final image are the driving force in its creation. The site of the monument, the Friendship Monument, is currently shifting. It is in between, a relic from the past that time is slowly consuming, performing a slow iconoclasm. These are images of the monument today, showing traces of hands on its walls, nomadic occupants living in its abandoned rooms. The site today offers a very different experience than what was intended originally. It is a tactile experience as opposed to its original visually dominant hierarchical design intent. The once strong socialist realist forms are starting to erode and soften over time. The monument still tells its narrative and reminds people of a traumatic past. We can expose the myths and shallowness of the propaganda narrative by overlaying it with spaces filled with authentic old traditions and micro-narratives passed down to Bulgarians. Is there a way to bring a new narrative on the site to shift the power and focus away from the monument onto the uniting and community-driven traditions that were preserved during communism? The survival of these traditions is a powerful resistance against the dominating Soviet culture, and it takes away from its narrative, liberating these abandoned spaces and giving them back to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Antonia, for this drawing so many different influences together. It's really a pleasure to watch this presentation. I hope that we'll have further comments. I already have a question for all of you, actually, but I will hold on to that question because we have to continue and hopefully there will be a chance to discuss at the end. So we will move to our next presenter. Adam Knight will be presenting a paper entitled Cultural Monuments of GDR History. So we have many different countries, past regimes coming together here. Adam Knight is an artist and tutor based in London, working across text, photography, sound and video. He completed his MA at the Royal College of Art in 2007. His recent projects and exhibitions include Berghaugen, 2020, Chemnitz, Interregum Cela, Buenos Aires and Transmissions, The Watch on Kashmir, Radio Berlin. I hope I pronounced that at least somehow correctly. So please, Adam, I'm looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Nika. Thank you as well to Miloš and the Nonument team. I'm just going to share my screen now, so hopefully you can all see that okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay. Yeah, so my name's Adam Knight. I'm a London-based artist. I want to present to you today a collaborative project. So this is a project in tandem with an architectural historian, Simone Burgner. And the project's titled Cultural Monuments of German Democratic Republic History. And what I'd like to do today is to outline the project, to present how our approaches, methods, tools have adapted over the period of the project since we've been working at the beginning of 2015. And to illustrate some of these things, I'd like to show images of one iteration, one chapter from Rostock, which was shown at the Kunsthalle in early 2018. So because the project is directly collaborative, I'm quite interested, being an artist, in terms of how our two perspectives combine or manifest in the project. What does being an artist contribute to the process and the outcomes inside the project? But furthermore, exploring art practice, maybe to work with specific monuments alongside the broader collection. For instance, when I was an artist in residence at a GDR border watchtower. So the German Democratic Republic GDR Heritage Preservation Law of 1975 attached importance to cultural monuments, which helped contribute to an image of the GDR as its own nation. At this point, it was still a relatively young country trying to establish sovereignty through its symbols and buildings. The law used Socialist Party testimonies to nominate buildings of the recent past under preservation orders. This practice culminated in the unfinished book Cultural Monuments of GDR History, scheduled to be published in 1989, but never was, owing to the turbulent events of that year. Historian Simone Borgner located the unpublished manuscript in an archive without any kind of accompanying documentation or imagery or photographs, which were presumed as lost. So since 2015, Borgner and myself have been juxtaposing contemporary site photographs as we find them in the present day with the original testimonial text, which will eventually form a book published by M Books, hopefully towards the end of next year. The original manuscript presents 360 objects connected to GDR history. So testimonies from around 40 different authors were gathered from regional planning offices in Berlin, in Cottbus, in Frankfurt-Oder, Gera, Halle, Karl-Marx-Stadt, Leipzig, Magdeburg, Neubrandenburg, Potsdam, Rostock, Schwerin, and Suhl. And there was a number of different reasons, really, why the project was of interest to us. The testimonies themselves challenged traditional typologies of monuments, incorporating sites of artistic, industrial, scientific, technical, and political importance. And just to give a really brief example of the range of architectural objects, we encountered objects which were not limited to sculptures, recreational centres, sports halls, research centres, ski slopes, government buildings, villages, birthplaces, parks, factories, lighthouses, any kind of architectural object that somehow was present within the built world was somehow represented within this book. And the monuments were not only singular objects, but more often than not a dispersed site where maybe an event or something took place. So for instance, where a piece of industrial espionage had happened. And interestingly, the manuscript included objects that had only very recently been completed, so as late as 1984, found themselves in the book. The sites themselves were not only symbolic sites or places where events took place, where decisions around the GDR, the running of the GDR happened or took place, but were more around the everyday spaces, the more quotidian, the banal spaces. These were given equivalence in the book, that there was no discernible hierarchy, not this top-down approach to how these buildings were being shown within the publication. And cumulatively, these suggested to us a progressive approach to state-planned monuments and monument preservation, and particularly how maybe our project could contribute or perhaps challenge current debates around monument preservation itself. So the context, I suppose, or the background to the project is that GDR studies is still this relatively new, emerging scholarly field, undertaken maybe more so by a newer generation, less directly implicated in pre-1989 politics. And I think that's true of researchers who might be based within institutions. And we were very aware of particularly how the work and the project sits alongside this proliferation of so-called nostalgia and a broader fetishization of socialist architecture of the former East. To what extent do these original unpublished manuscripts constitute an act or a form of historical witnessing? And how does the photographing of the absent image activate these sites in the present day? So there's only two of us leading on this project, which meant that funding was sporadic. We were working over a long period of time. It's necessitated a very clear process of shortlisting and a process of prioritization. We were interested in still trying to sample the typologies of the sites, the aforementioned technical, scientific, artistic, and so on. And so we kind of came to see some of these, or many of these sites falling into broadly four categories, each with presenting different opportunities for us within the project. So objects that were perhaps had been identified as having cultural worth in the present, so that had somehow maybe weathered the turbulent period of reunification, buildings such as the TV Tower or the Opera House that had somehow taken on more iconic status. Also buildings that had been modified or changed, and whether that modification was both inside or on the externally on the facade. These were buildings that were still very much in use, so particularly prefabricated architecture, Plattenbau. People were living within these spaces, also government buildings. So there was I suppose, a continuity in the present with some of these buildings that had been modified. And we were also finding buildings that had been removed or demolished or at risk of being destroyed, and particularly how often some sites stood in the way of forms of urban redevelopment, and how consultation processes were or weren't being made public. And we might encounter this through articles or kind of local journalism. And we would sort of find these sites almost as wastelands, disappearing into these differing states of atrophy. And lastly, perhaps what was kind of most interest or perhaps conceptually challenging were objects that had been moved or relocated. So this was certainly the case with a lot of anti-fascist monuments, big socialist bronze realist sculptures that may have been situated in the front of parks or public spaces that were very symbolic of the GDR, that had been hidden away or moved to a less visually present space. So we had this interesting dilemma as to the documentation. Do we photograph where these objects are in 2020 or whenever we were taking them, or do we photograph its original location? Do we highlight its absence? Do we photograph its absence? And we sort of decided to go for the latter, as we felt that this photographing of the absence somehow was more integral into revealing how the monuments were being considered within the presence. And there's some really interesting stories around, a statue of Marx and Engels in the Marx Engels Forum in the middle of Berlin that was originally facing eastwards and then was shifted and reorientated to face west. So it currently faces the new Humboldt Palace in Berlin. The process of research, of thinking about the work before, during, and after the pictures were taken, had a very, very strong impact on the kinds of images that we ended up making. So we have varying amounts of information about each individual site. We work with spreadsheets and Google Maps. We have some archival images, sometimes no images. Sometimes we have precise addresses, street names, etc. have changed since reunification. So we often have to do a lot of digging around to see where the original sites might be. All of these things construct a kind of picture in our minds as to what the sites will look at when we come to visit them. And so we kind of get to survey this site. We get to almost kind of stalk this location, thinking about how we might start to photograph, framing the building, trying to not include cars, traffic, people. Often the photographs are really determined by lines of sight or how we can access sites. All of these things contribute to the images that we end up with. And lastly, the things that really affect and impact, I think, on the sorts of images that we take is the divergent approaches that myself and Simona have. So Simona, who comes from an architectural history background, wanted to move away from architectural documentation. She was more interested in the photographs revealing something more about how these objects were being interacted with in the everyday on a more human scale. Whereas, because I'm an artist, I was also very conscious about my own subjectivities and authoring the images. So I was approaching the objects in this really flat or distant, dispassionate way as possible. So I guess more akin to something like architectural photography. And what's happened, I think, during the process of the project is our two perspectives have kind of come more and more aligned, or we've become more attuned to how each one of us might photograph something. Another thing we have to think about is when we start placing the testimonies next to the next to the image, and how that activates the sites again. So we were very conscious that a lot of the text and information was very celebratory, very, very kind of positive and favorable towards the object. So if we were to juxtapose that text with an image of a site that was in disrepair or a wasteland, we were running the risk of creating something that was almost developing into an ironic commentary on what could be perceived as this sort of kind of failed socialist state. So we were really aware that that's something that we didn't want to do. And lastly, through the selection process, often we have to edit maybe 70, 50 images down to one. So those conversations, those robust discussions that we have when we have the photographs, also, I think, get us maybe closer to perhaps the spirit of the text or something that we're trying to draw out from that information. In brief conclusion, we consider the proposed publication not as a reconstruction of the original book, because the book never really existed. The work constitutes something else, and that something else is being maybe situated ambivalently in its status as both maybe a piece of documentation or a historical artifact, but also an artwork. And I think that's really been reflected in how the project has been supported and funded or not, and also its critical positioning. And we hope that the book kind of advocates for monuments as a process, and for our desire really for the book to be regarded both as a surrogate place of remembrance, but also a contemporary commentary on the legacy of some of these objects within present day Germany. So I'd like to stop my presentation there. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam, so much. And you're staying with us, right, for the presentation at the end, hopefully. Okay, so we move to our last presenter. With us, we have Hilka Jasowski. She will be focusing, her paper is entitled The Expanding Scope of the Heritage Value of Socialist Architecture, the case study of the MOM Kulturhaus. She is a Hungarian-born architectural historian. She holds a master's in architectural conservation and an MA in architectural history from the University of Edinburgh. Her main research area is the relationship between politics, ideology, and architecture through a heritage management lens. Glad to have you with us. Hilka, please, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to share my screen now. Okay, I hope you can hear me all right and see my presentation okay.
We can. Everything.
So first of all, thank you very much to the Nonument group for allowing me to be part of this symposium. I'm really honored to be here, and especially as part of this panel on urban discontinuity, which is a topic that's really close to my heart. So the subject of my presentation is the MOM Kulturház. Kulturház literally meaning cultural house. It is located in Budapest, and I have placed it onto the Nonument map here for reference. The lack of temporal distance, the break with the traditional ideas of a monument, and the continuing lack of criteria for selecting significant examples from the vast stock of buildings for protection are some of the most crucial problems of the conservation of architecture of the recent past. The dilemma that the political connotations of architecture of state socialism poses in a heritage context gives another layer of complexity to these issues. The MOM Kulturház was listed as a monument in 1991, and it became the youngest and only second post-1945 building to receive protection in Hungary. Now, in the past, Nonument was devoted to decaying, destroyed, and abandoned monuments, buildings, and public spaces of the 20th century. When we look at the MOM Kulturház, it is neither decaying in its physicality, nor it is abandoned. It is currently under monument protection and functions as a thriving cultural establishment. So you might rightfully ask what this building is then doing amongst all the other monuments. Well, I would argue that decay, destruction, and abandonment can happen both on tangible and intangible levels. Recontextualization and leaving out parts of a building's history contributes to the negation of its intangible heritage. The aim of this presentation is to unpack this conceptual negation, understand the political bias towards the architecture of state socialism, and shed some light onto the building's hidden past. In the summer of 1991, several articles appeared in the media about the privatization of the MOM Kulturház, probably as a response to the perceived threat of the change of owners. The National Monument Advisory Board initiated taking the building under monument protection and asked the architect, Zoltán Erő, to write a proposal for listing. In this proposal, Erő highlighted that the building symbolizes the changing zeitgeist and political context of the time, and it manifests the rise of the working class and their intended cultural elevation. Yet, its monumental architectural form remained clear and simple, as it was designed by an architect devoted to modernism. Erő also rightly remarked that amidst the transformations of the 1990s, the architectural production of the 1950s to 1980s deserved particular attention, lest society, driven by a tabula rasa mindset, intended to get rid of the reminders of the previous era. Despite the valid remarks and points that Erő made, his proposal didn't prove convincing enough on its own to get the listing status, and the board also asked the opinion of the Museum of Hungarian Architecture on the matter. In a letter written by Endre Prakfalvi and signed by the director of the museum, László Pusztai, in December 1991, Prakfalvi argued that in its style, the building is more in line with the post-1945 modernist ideas than the classicizing and historicizing tendencies of socialist realism. As such, it is unique and representative in its external and internal appearance and embodies the traditions of the art of building. We suggest its protection because the building is a significant and characteristic example of both the oeuvre of its designer, Károly Dávid, and its era. This statement considerably helped to achieve a favorable decision, and the building was listed as a monument on the 31st of December 1991. Now, the circumstances of the building monument listing really raised some doubts about the real role of monument status and the factors that actually determine the selection of a building for distinction. Despite the significance of the MOM Kulturház, the news about its privatization and potential alteration were the underlying reasons for the campaign of listing and not the recognition of its outstanding value. This episode equally illustrates the uneasy relationship many, including even some heritage professionals, had, and in fact they still have, towards the political connotations of architecture of state socialism when we look at them in a monument protection context. Distancing the building from its socialist connotations was a more fruitful approach to have the monument status granted. So what is the relationship between the ideas that generated the building and the criteria for listing as a monument? Was there anything left out or deliberately neglected because of political reasons? Can these neglected controversial aspects also contribute to the heritage value of the building? The Hungarian Optical Works, or MOM, got into Soviet hands after the Second World War. The Soviet Konstantin Smirnov acted as its managing director in the early 1950s, and it was under his initiatives that the MOM Kulturház was built for the factory workers. Amidst the economic centralization in Hungary, the building industry was nationalized too in the late 1940s. New state architecture offices were established under the superintendence of the Ministry of Building Affairs, which intended to supervise the ideological, technical, and artistic aspects of design through planning committees. The Company of Public Building Design was established in 1949. Most of this company's ateliers were led by architects who were prominent members of the interval modernist scene. Károly Dávid was one of these architects, and his atelier was specialized in the design of sport establishments and social clubs. Dávid and his atelier were commissioned to design 3 social clubs in 1950, and the MOM Kulturház is architecturally the finest example out of these. Therefore, overemphasizing the role of the architect as an individual is problematic because it could lead to neglecting the institutional framework within which the building was conceived and the extent to which context actually shaped its design. Now, acknowledging the framework and looking at this context does not intend to diminish the talent of architects such as Dávid. Rather, it gives the building an intriguing dimension which really adds to its heritage value. A great variety of stylistic labels have been used to describe the building. It was called modernist, it was called a manifestation of Soviet beauty ideal based on Bolshevik initiatives. It was also called Stalin Baroque. But I would argue that the description given by the architectural historians Fehérváry and Prakfalvi is probably the most adequate one. They said that the building is fundamentally modern, with a few features pointing towards socialist realism. This lack of clear categorization really confirms the building's transitional nature. During the years 1949 and 1951, the architectural scene in Hungary saw some intense debates about the role, ideological content, and degree of social engagement of architecture, and the problem of empty functionism. It was not, however, until 1951 that the doctrine of socialist realism was prescribed as the only acceptable direction in architecture. Now, how did the architecture of the MOM Kulturház mirror these debates? Is there something socialist about the building? Or is it a clear and functionalist design as the modernist background of its architect might initially suggest? The building has an L-shaped plan. A cylindrical 2-story central massing joins the flat roof club and theatre wings to each other perpendicularly. The shallow dome and the monumentality of the segmental arched base lend the building a pseudo-archaic quality, and these features point towards the historicism of socialist realism. The flat-roofed wings, with their rectangular slit windows, are characteristically minimalist and functionalist. The large-scale wrought iron artwork by the artist Gyula Galdi, representing agricultural and industrial workers standing in front of a tractor and a smoking power station, was put onto the theatre wing. And this artwork really eases the relative austerity of the building, while it also implicitly alludes to the politics of the building's commissioner and its ideologically conceived function. The program of the new cultural home was twofold. political and professional education through lectures on the one hand, and entertainment such as theatre, music performances, sports and cinema on the other. Culture was thereby enlisted as an instrument for ideologically informed education and controlled entertainment. Although the conception of the Momkulturház was undoubtedly driven and informed by political reasons, the building, as well as the hundreds of other cultural establishments that were established nationwide, had an important role in the cultural emancipation of the working class. The workers' clubs and cultural homes embodied a view of culture that was no longer reserved for the pleasures of the social elite. It was made accessible to the masses who had been previously virtually excluded from this scene. The Momkulturház might have been the expression of a new, politically and ideologically informed society-forming function, but the cultural facilities it provided actually met a genuine need. While it was originally conceived as a club for the workers and their families, it became a cultural center attracting people from other districts of Budapest and even outside the capital. After the change of the regimes, the optical works closed its doors and the Momkulturház was handed over to the Council of the 12th District of Budapest. Its explicitly political and ideological program was stripped, but it continued its function as a cultural center. The building was recently refurbished between 2009 and 2011. The strategy of the refurbishment project was centered on the idea of sustainable urban development and sought to better integrate the building into its surroundings and kind of create a modern day agora. Accordingly, the ground level of the street running alongside the theatre wing was raised and brought to the level of the building, and it was turned into a pedestrians-only street. A 3-story underground car park, a restaurant, a cafe, and a public toilet were also added. The main goals of the building's refurbishment were modernization, provision of full accessibility, and a more versatile use of the rooms and the theatre space. Now, I started my presentation by looking at the monument listing in 1991, because I think the monument listing was really a key moment in the history of this building, as it constructed a narrative of the building for the post-socialist milieu. After looking at the conception of the building and the development throughout the years of state socialism, it is clear that the final monument listing documentation, from which you see some quotes on the right, is really only telling a narrowed version of the building's history. It is only focusing on the physicality of the building and mentions nothing about the social life and cultural events that took place and still take place within its walls. I've titled my presentation, The Expanding Scope of the Heritage Value of Socialist Architecture. So I would like to end by summarizing the set of aspects that make the Momkulturház a valuable building. The Momkulturház is a symptomatic example of the transitions in architecture in Hungary in the 1950s, both in terms of its architecture conception and style. It is important to acknowledge that this socially engaged cultural house came into existence thanks to the Soviet management in the early 1950s and became a thriving and inclusive cultural establishment under the socialist politics of the 1960s and 1970s. The recent refurbishment project proves its continued usefulness and relevance to society. The building is still essentially fulfilling its original function. There was no need to extensively modify or alter the building. It is just as suited for modern use as any other. These aspects really celebrate its architectural design. Therefore, both tangible and intangible aspects contribute to the heritage value of the building, and we only get a full picture if all of these are recognized together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helka. Thank you for the last presentation that we had. So before, I do have one question, but before I pose my question, actually it's a question for all the panelists. There have been some comments for the last presentation from Elisa Sorrentino. I'll just read them out loud. Is that okay? We have enough time. I haven't done any research in this sense, but I'm pretty sure I can say no, because this type of architecture is not well known even in Italy. Perugini is best known for other projects as co-author at the monument of the Fosse Adriatine and for the construction of the Cittadella Giudiziaria in Piazzale Coldo in Roma. That's just a brief comment, and then I do have time for questions. Okay, 2 questions. One for Antonia, this is from GB, whoever that is. One for Antonia and one for Helka. For Helka, what would you say the main reason for the building's continued success is? Versatility? Helka, can you hear me?
So this is yes. Yeah, I can hear you.
This is a question for you, yes. So what would you say the main reason for the building's continued success? Or, hello? I think we lost Helka. So maybe we can, Helka? Helka, can you say something, please, so we can know that we hear you? No. Maybe.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you, yes.
Great. Sorry about that. Okay, so to answer the question, I think if we look at the history of the building, we can see that it was originally conceived with a really specific and politically informed aim in mind. So it was originally a workers' club. Through its communal life, the building grew beyond its narrow conception. So really the integration of a building in the life of the area and its surrounding, I think is the key here, because what we can see that the community really accepted the building and they really made their own. They took part in the various cultural events that are housed within its walls. So I think this is what I would say is the main success of the building. And actually this is a message that I can kind of project more broadly towards other buildings in terms of conservation. I think really integrating a building to the life of the town is crucial for protecting its heritage for the future.
Okay, thank you. Yes, of course. Please.
I would just like to add something to the question and to your answer as well. This is what we saw dealing with cooperative centers as well, which function as cultural centers now, and are mostly known, they call them homes, a rough translation. They're cultural or village home or local home or something like that. So it was really taken up by local communities. They take care of it, they manage it, they deal with the expenses, and they really are involved in the, so to say, life of the building. They do the program there. They use it for different private occasions in sense of birthday parties, celebrations. It's part of their everyday life in a sense for cultural activities and personal activities. A lot of stuff is happening there, and the collective memory of how this was being built, even by the people who are not any longer involved in the building or are not even alive anymore, but it's still remembered that it was built by volunteer work, that the whole community was involved, and after 70 years, this consciousness is still there and keeps the buildings functioning and basically very well preserved.
Okay, I will just like a brief comment and a question to actually this that has evolved through the presentations. So this panel I think was very interesting precisely because we have so many different socialist post-communist situations, that is like Hungary, Bulgaria, Slovenia, GDR. So I would just like a very quick question to one of the panelists, or all of you, if you can say, is it really true that actually these spaces that were created in the post-war Europe, in somehow they feel closer and we can relate to them more than actually to the public spaces of the recent past? And is that like a shared memory that we have? So apparently we have now I'm supposed to say the end, and now I'm like dragging on. So if someone can comment on that just for the end of the panel, and after that we have a break of 20 minutes, I believe. Yes. 10.
I'll just short try to answer it. I'm not so certain it's specific to the social condition and timescale, but it's more in a sense it was very flexible in design, simple to build, and the architectural features supported in the identification and use of the building. It was simple to deal with it, so to say, and that kept it alive.
Okay, with that thought, we have to end. Unfortunately, our time has run out. So thank you, everyone, for taking part in this panel. And we will be back in 10 minutes with the next moderator and the next presenters. Thank you very much.
hočem. Saj tak tega kadra je tak ni. Hello everyone, welcome to the third panel titled Public Space in Extremis. In Extremis, in an extremely difficult situation, at the moment of death, in extreme circumstances, the tipping point for a public space to either become or not become a potential monument. The COVID crisis and the measures taken to prevent it have turned whole cities into monument places that once were, but are not anymore. And they could again be something else. How much will they be affected by this void? And is this void only the result of processes we know from before? Economic pressures, military occupation, anti-terrorist measures, and other policing measures. In this panel, we'll look at landscapes as archives, public art commissions and their destruction, traffic, and also the eyesore of Ljubljana, the central stadium. And to wrap up, we'll look at monuments as indicators of the 2020 global change. We will be listening to 4 presenters, all via Zoom: Molly Brooks, Andrea Elera, Nika van Berkel, and Antonio Grgic. We will start with Molly Brooks, an interdisciplinary researcher whose background spans across visual arts, geography, and politics. Making use of mixed method approaches to working, Molly explores the landscape as archive to engage with the underlying politics that come to shape public spaces, touching the themes of loss, ontology, absence, and memory. Molly, are you with us?
Yes, I am now.
Wonderful.
Hello.
Welcome, Molly. The screen is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm just going to share my screen quickly. Get that up and running. Thank you for the introduction. I'm really excited to be here. And hi to all the audience as well. So I'm going to be talking today a little bit about the research project that I run, which is called Lost Public Art. And it explores examples of unrealized proposals for public artworks, but also lost public artworks, in order to question the underlying politics that comes to shape urban public spaces. So today I wanted to talk about 3 examples specifically. The first one being memorial practices in Palestine and Israel. The second being the toppling of monuments during Black Lives Matter protests. And the third being the Millennium Commission for Public Art in the UK in relation to the Creative City. And I suppose what these 3 examples and lost public art on the whole continually refer back to is this conception of the landscape as a sort of archive to be unearthed and uncovered. If we think about the landscape as an extension of human life into nature, then it follows that space must reflect legal and political decision-making, cultural and historical tensions, as well as the emotions of a community encoded in material form. It's through the assemblage of material artifacts in space, so for example, public artworks, place names, and buildings, that we can see the conflicting narratives of past, present, and future that define public spaces most clearly. These articulations of power allow, through the presencing of particular narratives and objects, also the rendering absent of others. Spaces of appearance that are necessarily accompanied by spaces of disappearance. A focus on lost, unrealized, or hidden public art draws attention to these absences and the ghosts that haunt public spaces. I think it was phrased really nicely, I think, in the last panel, as a spectre of collective suppressions. I especially like this passage from Invisible Cities, which reads, "While the unique and final city raises its stainless walls, I'm collecting the ashes of other possible cities that vanish to make room for it. What has to disappear to make room for everything else?" So the contested territory of Palestine and Israel is a unique example of how two entirely different collective memory projects play out across space, and highlights the challenge of remembering conflicting narratives within a single geographic area. These two opposing national projects seek to coexist within a single territory, leading to constant negotiations over whose memory is told, how, and in what form. The landscape itself has been reworked in a number of ways in order to render physical traces of Palestinians on the land invisible. So maps, for example, were given new legends, Arab place names replaced with Hebrew ones, and destroyed Palestinian villages planted over with forests. The landscape then acts as a vessel that determines whose memories are told and whose are kept hidden, maintaining Palestinians as present absentees on the land. I think that one of the most significant examples of this are the creation of commemorative forests, like the one shown here, which are essentially living memorial monuments to the Israeli state. So forests like the Martyrs Forest, which consists of 6 million pine and cypress trees planted in memory of Jewish victims of the Holocaust, serve a symbolic image of Jewish Israelis literally putting down roots and solidifying their return to the Holy Land. Through a narrative of rootedness and natural belonging, these sites cultivate a collective memory of heroism and founding of the nation for the Israeli state, but one that's built upon the forgetting and erasure of the non-dominant narrative, so the Palestinian one. Though it's important to remember that these living memorials exist as attempts to deal with a whole nation's collective memory of the trauma of World War II, ultimately they assert the physical domination of state territory. They physically remove any trace of Palestinian history from the land, and they minimize the space for more than one traumatic collective memory to exist. These lush and blooming forests stand in stark contrast, I think, to the alternative lived reality of the Palestinian people, the destruction of Arab forestry, dispossession, and ethnic cleansing. But such national memory projects also sit in constant tension with more vernacular bottom-up forms of memory practices. So on the 4th and 5th of June in 2004, artist Francis Elise walked through Jerusalem with a can of green paint. Following the Green Line, which is a contested borderline that officially separated East and West Jerusalem, Israelis and Palestinians, he allowed the paint to drip out onto the ground as he walked, tracing his journey through neighborhoods, empty land, and the security posts that control and restrict Palestinians' day-to-day movement through the city. Both the official border zone and Elise's artistic expression on the landscape encapsulate the ongoing tensions within Palestine and Israel over claims to land, struggles over collective memory, and the question of who is allowed to appear in public space. This green line of paint, appearing publicly in a site of political conflict, draws attention to the structures of hegemonic control imposed by the Israeli state, as well as the more informal practices that exist despite such struggles. Zokrot, for example, is an organisation focused on place naming. They adapt current street names to include former Arab names. They signpost sites where destroyed Palestinian villages once stood, and organise historical and educational tours to forgotten villages. These acts bear witness to what was no longer existing in the physical landscape, and in turn the processes by which they were eradicated. By adding Arab signage to what already exists, they create a new visible layer to the landscape, and in doing so propose that the dominant narrative can always be read differently. What is remembered, how, and in what form is key to understanding how the nation is constructed through the production of public space in the present and also the memory of the past. In analysing geographical space as an archive of collective memory, it's equally important to consider what memories are absent and marginalised from space, and therefore whose histories are at stake in the collective public memory. I think this challenging of a dominant narrative or universal national collective memory is something which has been seen most recently in the toppling of monuments around the world as part of Black Lives Matter protests, which have drawn attention to the ways in which historical narratives are selected and reshaped in relation to the present. We may not learn our history through monuments and statues, but they're explicit examples of how race is built into our cultural symbols and signs. The physical presence of monuments allow for the dominance of one narrative over another, obscuring alternative histories of space. They reinforce expressions of power, both old and new, and through the concealment of alternative collective memories, the dominant narrative, as in the one told through the monument, is naturalized and reinforced. The toppling of Robert Milligan, the beheading of Christopher Columbus's statue, the removal of countless Confederate monuments, and the dumping of Edward Colston in the River Avon, to name only a few, represented not only the need for public spaces and symbols to reflect a greater commitment to equality, but also served as a reminder that public space isn't stable or fixed. History and the future too can be rewritten again and again. After slave trader Edward Colston was torn down from his plinth in Bristol, Travis Alabanza wrote a powerful article for Gaudem magazine, where they spoke about the need for absence in processes of memorialization. Rather than seeking to fill these new voids in public space, an empty plinth instead prompts us to ask, how do we address the unfinished business of the past? What has been lost, and what might come in its place? The image isn't coming up. But when I look at an image of an empty plinth, then it's the absence of the monument that's evocative. It creates a kind of spaciousness of uncertainty and draws our focus to the fine line between endings and beginnings, annihilation and creation. The toppling and removal of monuments has begun to reveal the cracks and ruptures in a very whitewashed version of history. But whilst it's in these cracks that space is made for radical reimaginations and possibilities, these possibilities must also be nurtured. So how can we move beyond structures that uphold and reproduce violence? How do we disrupt the continuity of unknowing and of not seeing? And I wonder how we might harness absence in the future of monuments and memorialization as an important first step to imagining otherwise. All of my images seem to have disappeared, which is really annoying. The attempts to reclaim public space that we've seen during Black Lives Matter protests stand in stark contrast to the increasing curation, surveillance, and control of public spaces in cities around the world. The narrative of the creative city, for example, has been harnessed by governments to promote urban development, encourage funding and investment through a discourse that is future-orientated and places creativity at the center of development. This is most publicly articulated in the furniture and built forms that affect how we move through public spaces. The public art that acts as beautification of the city surfaces and the careful curation of hoardings that pop up through urban spaces and project a version of the ideal city. But how does an imagined future of progress sit in conjunction and tension with the existing present and the lived past? The Millennium Commission in the UK, for example, was set up to grant over £32 million worth of funding to millennium projects across the UK for the turn of the century. Projects such as the Gateways for the Millennium and the Westminster Millennium Project are just two examples within a much wider narrative that claim the significance of the millennium as a moment that would be remembered in history as having shaped the future. Jump forward to today, and in the UK, we're in a time where the creative industries feel particularly precarious. So the Conservative government publicly announced recently that all creatives should retrain to find new jobs post-COVID, a speech that was followed by this new advertising campaign, one that was promptly pulled, and a backlash of public protest and memes followed, like these two that are coming up here. And in the slide before, I showed Anthony Gormley's Quantum Cloud, which was commissioned for the turn of the millennium and now sits behind fencing and amongst cranes. Here too, Richard Serra's fulcrum is temporarily lost in the midst of scaffolding and the foundations of a new building. These two examples feel like a sad epitome of the creative city to me, both of them mute reminders of how easily things can slip from being monumental icons to lost features in a landscape. They may not act as purveyors of outdated values in quite the same way as toppled monuments, but might they meet the same fate? Will they survive? And if they do, how long for? So in the brief examples that I've touched on today, I think it's clear that there's not only struggles happening in public space and struggles over the production of public space, but also the less visible struggles over how such spatial dimensions are maintained. In thinking about the landscape as an archive haunted by the ghosts of lost public artworks and spectres of unrealised proposals, what can a focus on spaces of disappearance do to ask questions like, who determines the processes of selection that decide what is displayed in public spaces? What narratives do public artworks project, and in doing so, which do they silence? If these artworks didn't exist, then what might take their place? And in imagining these other possibilities, then what can public art do to imagine the future and our place within it? I think that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Molly, for this wonderful presentation. I love how the narrative shifted from the cyclical approach to examples of all the conflicts that arise through it and to the questions. I'm sure other presentations in this panel will add to the conversation, and we'll have an interesting debate in the end. The second panelist today is Andrea Elera, and we are shifting to the topic of traffic and the curatorial project that she organized and led in Peru, in Lima. Andrea is a visual artist, an educator, and a cultural organizer. Since 2013, she has been organizing, curating, and collaborating in actions and platforms to openly discuss the development of the art system in her city, Lima. She holds a master's degree in art education focused on conflict transformation. Andrea? High traffic, notes on public space in the midst of traffic.
Hi, thanks for that presentation. Hi, everyone. Thanks to the organizers for the invitation to participate and share. As Molly has already shown with her examples, in the context of America, monuments are an important ongoing conversation, especially since many countries in Latin America are celebrating 200 years of independence from Spanish colonization. So this is an opportunity for all of us to take the challenge to question dominant narratives of our history. During the next minutes, I will share some notes about high traffic, alto tránsito, the name we gave to a series of meetings during the year 2019, where 5 visual artists from the cities of Lima and Cajamarca, Peru, and me as curator reflected and developed artworks based on the limits between change and permanence in public space. We have prepared a short video with interviews mixed with recent footage of the cities of Lima and Cajamarca. The filming of this video also served as a starting point to ask ourselves if things have changed from last year in the way we embody public space. So I'm going to ask you to play the video now, if that's possible. Otherwise, I can also share it in my screen.
It's possible, Andrea.
Okay, great.
Just a second.
De la Plaza de Armas en pleno centro histórico. Cada vez que paso me trae recuerdos de infancia, tiempos de aprendizaje, de diversión y de miedo. Entonces, de ese tiempo ya era evidente que la construcción estaba en decadencia, que se iba a venir abajo. Yo he sido testigo desde ese tiempo hasta el día de hoy los cambios que ha sufrido esta casona. Ahora funciona como playa de estacionamiento. Yo trabajo y utilizo el cartón como soporte. Es un material encontrado, reciclado, totalmente inesperado e histórico. En este material yo corto, recuerdos de infancia y ensamblo el cartón, tiempos de aprendizaje para mostrar la diversión, el mensaje arquitectónico. Entonces, de ese tiempo ya era evidente que la construcción estaba en decadencia, la contaminación visual. Yo he sido testigo desde ese tiempo hasta el día de hoy para llamar la atención de esta casa, buscar y generar ahora conciencia como playa de estacionamiento. El trabajo y utilizo.
Así como existen monumentos que debido a su entorno terminan invisibilizándose, existen también elementos de la ciudad que no fueron concebidos como un monumento, sin embargo suceden hechos importantes alrededor de este que convierten a estos objetos en hitos emblemáticos. Mi propuesta busca contraponer estos dos casos. Por un lado, el monumento a Ramón Castilla, conocido por ser el presidente que abolió la esclavitud, y que irónicamente la estatua que está hecha en su honor se ubica exactamente al frente del edificio de las Malinas, que era un centro de comercio informal en donde se generó un incendio hace más o menos 3 años. Lo trágico de este accidente es que en el último piso de este edificio tenían encerrados en containers metálicos a trabajadores. 2 de ellos no pudieron escapar. Detrás de la figura del emprendimiento, del progreso, se esconde un sistema esclavista que oprime al trabajador y es justamente eso lo que sostiene a la desigualdad en la sociedad. Mi propuesta permite discutir la forma en cómo se construyen identidades colectivas desde los elementos que componen la ciudad.
Nos comportamos en el espacio público como hemos sido criados y como nos desenvolvemos en nuestra casa. La arquitectura tiene mucho que ver y influye mucho en el comportamiento de las personas, ¿no? Lo que motivó las obras que presenté para la exposición Alto Tránsito fue entender un espacio público que utilizaba diariamente en la ciudad de Lima. Era un paradero de transporte público al cual iba diariamente para esperar el bus que me llevara al trabajo. Dentro de la acera de la vereda había un hueco. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hice? Fue delimitar este hueco con cinta reflectante y para mi sorpresa, días después, este hueco ya está tapado, ¿no? Este espacio podemos decir que representa lo que es la ciudad de Lima, ¿no? ¿Por qué? Porque es muy caótico, muy desordenado, hay mucho tráfico, mucha contaminación. Y el estar ahí varios minutos esperando el bus, lo que me hacía sentir incómodo, ¿no? Lo que buscaba yo con estas obras era un poco entender qué estaba pasando en ese espacio, cuál era la dinámica y por qué las personas se comportaban de esa manera, ¿no? Tuvo una respuesta inmediata a esta intervención y me llenó de alegría porque fue un cambio positivo dentro de la ciudad, ¿no? Por muy pequeño que sea, pero al ser tapado este hueco, la dinámica de las personas también cambió, el movimiento de las personas.
Res Pública es una propuesta que parte del análisis y la reflexión alrededor de la figura de un Triumph Spitfire de 1978 como símbolo de deseo de realización y analogía de un corpus politicum en la ciudad de Lima. La fragilidad del material de la obra responde al cuestionamiento por la identidad de la actual Res Pública. Es un símbolo que apela a nuestra hibridez criolla, a la negación de nosotros mismos, a la extraña condición con el otro y la informalidad institucional.
Cuando comencé este proyecto, yo tenía taller en Barranco y paseándome por allí me di cuenta que hay como un farol muy antiguo, que uno se preguntaba qué hacía allí, que parecía algo histórico. Buscando me di cuenta de que era uno de los lugares de una estación del tranvía. Entonces a esa placita, antes se llamaba la Plaza del Ángel. He tenido una escultura hacía referencia a los 100 años de la independencia del Perú y que en un terremoto se había caído el ángel que estaba arriba del monumento y que ese ángel había como desaparecido. Buscando me di cuenta de que no era un ángel sino era la diosa Nika. Y también me parecía muy singular que para el centenario hayan cogido dioses europeos para resignificar o para darle valor a esta república naciente, ¿no? En vez de pensar en todo este legado increíble que tenemos en el Perú. Entonces me parecía fuerte y simbólicamente potente, ¿no? Y necesario esta diosa rota reconstruyéndose pero montada sobre esta serpiente, ¿no? Como para honrar también el lugar donde está, ¿no? Honrar el territorio en el que está y de alguna manera que a través de esa sabiduría milenaria pues ella pueda reconstruirse y encontrarse a sí misma, ¿no?
Okay, I will share my screen now. Okay, I will now briefly discuss some concepts that resonated from the conversations with the group of artists. Well, this diagram shows a first structure of our collective inquiries. The first one is the question, who consumes who, that started as a word game between consumption and consume or burn as the consequence of a building in flames. This is one of the many meeting points between Alexander and Jorge's work. For Jorge Maita, the fire in Las Malvinas was a devastating event where questions about the organization of public space were addressed, both from the state and from the logics of consumption that include exploitation and informality, a recognizable part of the city landscape. The building stands still to these days as a reminder of a moment where the obsolescence of that ancient monumental city became evident, where the lack of job opportunities leads to levels of slavery, as well as the total lack of respect for human life in the benefit of profit. But despite the imminent degradation of the infrastructure and the change of meaning that is given from society, the historical buildings that still remain standing are historical jewels in relation to the standardization of the new urban spaces built in Peru in recent decades. But what strategies are being applied for their conservation? We have recently witnessed the restoration of facades for the only purposes of beautification and tourist consumption. In times of country branding, and where an image of the city is being designed, do we have enough resources to think about the conservation of interior structures and the urban function that each of these buildings perform beyond what is known as the walls for aesthetic purposes that are observed from the streets? Alexander reconstructs as a way of recycling the ruins with which he lives, creating his own alternative ecology of conservation. This is a quote we find when we first started the research group that perfectly summarizes the spirit of his proposal. To build, as one who restores, is to make through architecture. It is simply recognizing that architecture is neither created nor destroyed, it is transformed. It is an idea of the most elemental common sense. We make use of the habitable space before undertaking the ability of new spaces. As the facade of Alexander's school, the street lamp and street island in Eugénie's research are traces of a layout of non-existent streets and scattered fragments, the result of the constant change in the planning and execution of works on public roads, and which have remained as forgotten crossings, almost anecdotes of the history of the city. Eugénie inquires into the origins of one of these particular spaces. In the files of the municipality of Barranco, she finds, in addition to the documentation on the sculpture that she already told us about, that the crossing of streets that mark the location of the current pedestrian island dates back to pre-Hispanic times and corresponded to a channeling of the Rimac River carried out by the Wari culture. We can see here this is the river. The river is gone, but the trace corresponds now to Bolognesi Avenue, which we can see here, one of the principal roads of the district. In Rupture, Eugénie portrays Nike fragmented. The pedestal of the sculpture, which remains standing to these days in another part of the city, has been transformed into a snake, or amaru in Quechua. In Andean cosmology, the serpent refers to death and wisdom, and represents the underworld, or Ukupacha. Eugénie embodies fragmentation as a constant in the current experience of the city of Lima, and wonders what our new foundations consist of. Is fragmentation the reality that is assumed on a daily basis? What place do our original cultures occupy in the urban layout of the city? Is it possible to recognize the street as habitat, to root in the midst of constant and unpredictable change? Just as Eugénie, Romina Pezia's process was determined by small gestures that became gradual findings in public space. The creation of these projects is part of her process to understand her place in the here and now of the streets, a phenomenology of spaces, monuments, people, and surroundings. The places of transit, however, are for many of us an exercise of special attention towards personal space. In Lima, one of the most dangerous cities to circulate in public space for women and girls, interacting with each other will mean the decision between protecting yourself or trusting the other. The common response to insecurity is usually the demand for more organized public spaces, but with respect for freedom. That negotiation between order and disorder is what drives Romina Pezia's recent experiments and microinterventions. In Paradero, Romina appropriates the official visual language of public space, exchanging roles with the municipality for a moment and establishing a triangular conversation between individual gesture, municipality, and pedestrian circulation. As Romina, Carlos' inquiries are more connected to public space as a social construction, the question on who is the other, and the limits of our bodies and more than bodies in public space. In Res Publica, he inquires on the concept of triumph or success as a way to reflect on the distance and the frictions that keep us away from each other in the city. The road is a constant test for power and bravery, and the ability to operate the machine is related to the social representations around the definition of masculinity. In Res Publica, Carlos Ceballos questions the representation of the car, and without trying to romanticize the destructive processes around it, he proposes a series of reflections on the body, identity, and current way of communicating in the city. The process of making a cardboard model of a full-scale Triumph car responds to other rhythms, the investigation of each of its parts, details, and particularities, manual modeling, piercing, bending, and gluing by hand is a slow work of time and dedication. Carlos decides to build the artifact from a sensitive contact with the material, a full awareness of the forms that constitute the interior and exterior of the chosen body. Finally, as passers-by, drivers, and passengers, we continue to learn and question the way we locate and organize ourselves on the streets of Lima, the powers behind these dynamics, and how our daily actions fit or counteract them. Sorry, Lima and Cajamarca. Meanwhile, we continue settling in the midst of the permanent uncertainty that the city plan draws. We find these questions and approaches relevant, as these are times where inequality and lack of access are showing the already existing problems we had in thinking and planning our cities. Next year, in 2021, Peru celebrates 2 centuries of independence from Spanish colonization. According to the bicentennial agenda, for the next 4 years, the government plans to invest in new emblematic infrastructure, as well as in the recovery of public space, this time with a budget 4 times bigger than in previous years. So yes, this is the moment to reflect on the meaning of what a monument can be, an opportunity for the government to give us the possibility to participate in public space, and most of all, to reimagine how do we want to shape history for the next 100 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Sorry for a bit of technical difficulties in showing the video. I hope it was not too bad. We continue now with a shift from a very wide topic of traffic to a very local and specific space. In Slovenia, the Central Stadium, a project that has been a conflict in public opinion for many years now, and Nika van Berkel, the next presenter, will present her idea of turning it into a garden. She graduated as an architect from the Faculty of Architecture in Ljubljana, and she is presently residing in Rotterdam, where she's working as a landscape architect for West 8, an international office for urban design and landscape architecture. And as part of her own studio projects, she is testing boundaries between architecture, object design, and art. Her practice flows in between conceptual thinking, researching endless possibilities, and finding beauty in particularities. Her passion is generating objects and atmospheres for people. Nika, hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello to Rotterdam.
Yeah. Let me share my screen. 1 moment. Do you see it? Yeah? Okay. In full screen mode. So yeah, first I would like to thank Nonument Group for this invite. I'm really happy to present this project. Yeah, basically I'm going to present my master thesis, which I finished 5 years ago, but the topic is still quite relevant today, maybe even more. It's about the Central Stadium in Ljubljana, which is located at the northern part of Ljubljana city. It's called Ljubljana Bežigrad, and it's situated alongside the busy Dunajska street, which is quite an important axis in the city, connecting it with the city ring. So basically, when you Google Ljubljana, the first thing you will see is the Prešeren Square. It's the most known public space in the city, and all the tourists visit it. But yeah, I think that Ljubljana has much more to offer. Sadly, the image of the city outside, it's quite poor and badly taken care of. Also around the Central Stadium, basically there is a construction fence surrounding it. But when you look really closely, you can see all these beautiful details and greenery around it. So the Central Stadium was made by Jože Plečnik. He's the biggest Slovenian architect. If we look a bit into the history, so the first stadium in Ljubljana was a temporary wooden stadium built for for an event for the Slovenian sports movement called Sokol in 1922, but it was demolished right after the event. And there was, of course, a big need for a permanent stadium. So they asked Jože Plečnik to make plans for it. It was built on an existing gravel pit, and it opened in 1923 for a big Catholic event. Plečnik actually thought of this place that it should be designed for different kind of people, more social people, and he wasn't that social type. So he had some struggles with the design, and there were also gathering money for this project because there was quite a low budget for it. I also read somewhere in his text that they were gathering money with the lottery. So yeah, basically all kinds of events happened here, from religious events to sports events to unconventional meetings. And in the 70s, it was owned by Ljubljana's football club, Olympia, till 2008, when it was closed. And in 2009, it was pronounced for a cultural heritage of national importance. And since then, it's basically closed. This is an image how it looks today. I was visiting this place quite a lot during my research, and yeah, for me, basically, the park is already there. I mean, we just need to clean it, facilitate it with all the programs that the park needs, and we have to open it for the public. It should be this romantic place where people can meet and enjoy their free time. At the moment, the stadium has a partially private owner. He wants to develop this huge center with a football stadium, different kinds of programs, a huge parking garage underneath, a skyscraper on the south, and apartment buildings on the north. The project quite degrades Plečnik's work with the big volumes, and it doesn't show any relation between old and new. The fact is that we also don't need another central stadium in Ljubljana, because we have a fully new arena, which is located basically a few minutes away from this location. So what is a city park? This was a question that was popping up quite a lot during my exploration. Is it this kind of English type of park with long walking routes? Or is it more contemporary park, which facilitates all the different kinds of programs? So if we compare Plečnik Stadium to Tempelhofer Park in Berlin, it's quite small. But if we balance it within a city, then it's quite comparable. Ljubljana has actually more classical type of parks. Which are more center orientated, but with the new city park, we would expand the greenery and the activities outside the city center. And we would offer Ljubljana's inhabitants, of course, a new open space, a new public space with a different kind of program. Like around Europe, there are already more radical approaches to open space planning, like the Tempelhofer Park in Berlin, the High Line in New York, and Eco Boulevard in Madrid, and so on. But yeah, we could also bring and offer something more contrasting in Ljubljana. The central stadium is divided in 3 levels. With its upper plateau, tribunes, and arena, and it's forming together almost 45,000 square meters. So basically, I removed all the architecturally and programmatically unsuitable objects, and I used the existing entrances. All the new programs I placed in the center of the stadium, and all the facilities I placed in the existing buildings, such as administration, info point, cafe, restaurant, toilets, and so on. And for greenery, I was researching 3 types. One is a barrier, one is an oasis, and one is an overlay. But the central stadium becomes the green atrium of the city. It's a green oasis with a new cultural and recreational program. During my research, I was also, or my design, I was also respecting Plečnik's open space planning concept. He was using greenery as a building block of open space. So basically the greenery and the architecture were equal for him. In the arena, all the greenery is planted more freely, while on the upper plateau, I use more orthogonal concept of planting. And of course, park is developed in all layers needed, such as paths, program, greenery, lighting, urban furnishing. And altogether, it forms a symbiosis in between the diverse landscape. Yeah, the greenery was basically quite important part of my project. Only indigenous plants were used, which gives, of course, an interesting image through all the seasons, and it changes while developing and growing in years. It's a public space for people in between this diverse landscape. So on the northern part, I designed a city beach with a natural swimming pool. All the volumes are hidden underground, so they don't disturb the upper landscape. On the eastern part, I placed more cultural programs, like the multi-purpose hall and an open theater for different kinds of events and concerts. And on the northern part, I designed a cafe restaurant with an open terrace in the arena, which is connecting to the central stadium on the 2 levels, on the upper plateau and in the arena. It's situated in this beautiful Glorieta pavilion. This is an interior collage of it. So the wall around the stadium basically protects us from the outside world. We need to clean it and reconstruct it where it's needed with special techniques for it. And basically we do the same with the tribunes. So yeah, it was an interesting retrospective for me because I got the original plans of Plečnik almost at the end of my process, where the programs of the project were quite set yet. And I realized that he was designing this space also with different kind of program. As you can see on the lower right side, he was trying to design an open theater. And on the left side, he was proposing a camping place. And in later phase, he was also trying to suggest a public swimming area. So that's it. Thank you.
Nika, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will give the word to our last panelist, Antonija Grgić, who will speak about the violent demolition of political monuments around the world and its relation to COVID-19 virus pandemic. Antonio Grgic graduated from the Zagreb Faculty of Architecture and is currently a PhD candidate at the Institute of Architectural History, Architectural Theory, Art History and Cultural Studies in Graz. He's a member of the Croatian Philosophers Society, of the Supervisory Board of the Croatian Association of Artists of Applied Arts, and of the Expert Council of the Croatian Architects Association. Antonio, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello,
thank you
welcome.
For introduction. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I will share the screen, yeah? Do you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't
Okay.
see your shared screen.
You cannot see it?
I don't think so.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, now we see something.
No, okay.
Wonderful. Okay.
Now you see
yes,
it.
it's on.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for introduction. I will speak about monuments as indicators of the 2020 global change, a violent demolition of political monuments around the world, and COVID-19 virus pandemic. Throughout history, the mass demolition of monuments has often marked the end of the political era and the beginning of another one. If the demolition of the monuments of the 90s marked the end of the socialist economy and the power of the Communist Party, does the demolition of the monuments in the 2020 mark the beginning of the end of the global capitalism and liberal democracy? As drastic as the effects of the pandemic are, we are now experiencing that it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of the capitalism, as Mark Fisher poetically noticed. But whatever will happen in the future, the capitalism will not be the same. Economic crisis caused by the pandemic is going to change the world as we know it. Due to the lifestyle change caused by the coronavirus, there has been a complete change in consumer habits. The result is the fact that the economy is changing at a deep structural level, and many sectors of economy in this new world will become redundant. One can freely conclude that this is the end of globalization as we know it. But the evolution caused by the coronavirus is not only economic, it is of course political. Bulgarian political scientist Ivan Krastev, in his new book, Is It Tomorrow Yet? From 2020, goes even further and claims that the pandemic is the greatest danger to European liberal democracy. Namely, according to him, it is impossible to imagine democracy surviving if we are not gathered in the groups more than 50 people, because democracy is being revived by the power of the crowd. Cheap collectivism, as he calls the political dimension of social media communication, cannot replace the people from the city squares who have been part of global political events in the past few decades. The end of globalization began before the pandemic with the change of government in the country that is the center of globalism, the US. The presidential election in 2016 was marked by a candidate who received mass support with a rhetoric that greatly deviated from the usual rhetoric of Republican presidential candidate. Donald Trump's rhetoric, as Carlo Jurak noticed in his text, The Far Right and the Liberalism, was not neoconservative, but rather paleoconservative. Trump was proclaiming isolation versus foreign policy interventions, free market at home and in protection outwards, and restrictive immigration policy. He put greater emphasis on national identity in romantic, somewhat organistic spirit. Trump's call to make America great again by returning to the golden times of the mythological past is often illustrated by his frequent use of the Lincoln Memorial as a scenography for his political events, even once as a TV studio for an interview. In this sense, Brexit can also be seen as an expression of the romantic aspiration of the British national bourgeoisie for the past in which the Britain was global colonial power. The Brexit campaign, like the Trump campaign also, used populist methods of provoking social division with the aim of animating a disgruntled electorate in the fight against the establishment. Isolation and lockdown did not calm this division, but only reinforce it. In the absence of the normal political life, people felt the need to clash different opinions caused by the social division in public spaces around objects that try to cover up the social antagonism. These objects are of course, monuments. They become a gathering point for the groups of people with different views on the past, but also on the future. But in these conflicts and different views, people are killed, but also monuments are being torn down. These events happening around the monuments became, as those around the communist monuments in the 90s, the global media news. This is not the first time that the monument has taken the role of the main news. It all started at the beginning of what Walter Benjamin calls the period of technical reproduction, in 1871 during the Paris Commune. The demolition of the monuments to the Napoleon in Place Vendôme, initiated by the artist Gustave Courbet, was media news in the Parisian and European media, further enhanced by the sending of the 50,000 postcards depicting the demolition of the monument to London, with an aim to spread the news and political ideas connected with that act. After that, with the growth of the global media, the power of the act of the monument demolition gained a new dimension during the video broadcast of the demolition of the Berlin Wall and the monuments that materialized the communist ideology in the 90s. In the 21st century, one is witnessing a new level of instrumentalization of the act of demolishing monuments. The demolition of the monument is now being staged on a purpose with the aim of creating global media content that serves as an illustration of political change. An example is the event that took place during the war in Iraq in 2003, when US Marines seized the control over Baghdad, arrived at the Firdos Square, secured the area, and established contact with a foreign journalist stationed in the city. A few hours later, in front of the gathered camera lenses and journalists, the US Marines tore down the statue of the Saddam Hussein with an armored vehicle. The demolition of the statue was broadcast live on satellite news, as well on the front pages of the newspapers and magazines around the world, illustrating in one image the fall of the Saddam Hussein government. A Los Angeles Times report states that an unnamed US colonel, not the Iraqi civilians, decided to tear down the statue, and that the rapid military psychological operation unit used loudspeakers to instrumentalize Iraqi civilians to help with that intent, with the goal of making everything look spontaneous and inspired by the Iraqis themselves. This act of colonialism has turned against the colonizers themselves in a paradoxical turn. Today, Great Britain and the USA are the epicenters of the epidemic of the monument demolition, with the aim of erasing the traces of the glory of the colonial past. It began before the COVID, of course, already in 2015, but the existing political order began to be questioned, which is continuous trend since the outbreak of the global economic crisis in 2008. In 2015, local authorities in the United States began removing Confederate monuments after a shooting at the church in Charlestown in 2015, in which a white supremacist killed 9 blacks, including a priest. The deadly series continued at the Unite the Right rally, a neo-Nazi rally held in Charlottesville, Virginia in August 2017. Protesters were members of the far right who planned to unite the American white nationalist movement to prevent the announced removal of the statue of General Robert Lee in Charlottesville. The result was 3 dead and 33 wounded. The video of George Floyd's violent death sparked a new wave of massive protest against the USA, calling for racial, political, and social justice. The Black Lives Matter movement concentrated much of its energy toward the moving out of public spaces Confederate memorials depicting slave owners. But that wave swept across the ocean from Britain, Australia, all the way to New Zealand and Cape Town. Not only did it spread across latitudes, but the expansion reached a new level. From the streets, that wave spilled over into official political structures. Mexico City officials, fearing violent protests against the glorification of Mexico colonial heritage, have decided to remove the controversial statue of Christopher Columbus from the city center. The monument to the European explorer and sailor was removed from Paseo de la Reforma Avenue in the center of the Mexican capital and transferred to the restoration at another location. Mayor of Mexico City has called for a public debate on whether the monument should be returned after all, or because of the next year is marking the 100 years of the conquest of present-day Mexico by Spanish conquistadors. In a letter dated the 2nd of October, Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador called on the Vatican, the Spanish crown, and Spain's government to apologize to indigenous people for the most shameful atrocities, this is a quote, committed during the Spanish conquest in 1521. Thus, monuments have become chess pieces on the board of the high politics and leverages in a game of geopolitical relations. They are no longer a matter of town square, the city, or the state, which they are placed on. Their symbolic dimension transcends the boundaries, even those of intercontinental geopolitics blocks. Why is that? How did the monuments take over the front pages of the newspapers along with the virus which changed the world relations? Why is there an epidemic of monument demolition during the pandemic? One reason is re-emergence of death, the fact that death during the epidemic regained visible symbolic value. The monuments represented dead, powerful men, but at the same time, paradoxically, they symbolize and recall the victims who were killed by these men, the politics and the ideology that these monuments represent. The key word in this equation is death that has become visible again. As Jean Baudrillard established in his symbolic exchange and death, no culture before ours was so hostile to death. While for previous cultures that meant something, for us it is but a negation of health, a negation of life. All civilization up to ours communicated with their dead and consulted with them in a number of ways. Only our civilization cut off that communication. Before, the dead lived with us under the floors of our houses or in the city centers around our churches, but today, dead are driven to the outskirts or even out of the city borders. For Baudrillard, the goal of the modern project is to destroy the death itself. Death itself ceased to possess symbolic value. With the death of victims caused by the political confrontation in the US, death has regained its symbolic charge. Through headlines and media graphs during the pandemic, we were bombarded with every death become more presented in the pandemic, no longer hidden among the pages of the newspapers. Thus, the monuments emerge in our field of vision. Our dead, who, according to Baudrillard, were thrown out of the social symbolic circulation, began to play their symbolic roles again. Therefore, their symbolic heritage is questioned with an attempt to redefine it. The crisis of capitalism caused by the pandemic destroyed the illusion of use value and exchange value, and dead and its symbolic value returned in style. With its return, thus far suppressed instincts to communicate with our dead, with monuments as their representatives, returns also. Another reason is important to mention. The peak of the monument demolition epidemic occurred just during the lockdown in Western countries, when all channels to sublimate the aggressive urge, such as sports competition, were cancelled. Today's gladiators games have the same origin as those from antiquity, which were first introduced in 264 BC by the consul Decimus Junius Brutus on the occasion of his father's death and funeral. According to Louis Mumford, the Romans later gave these games a useful purpose, as these murderous competitions served as popular way of publicly punishing criminals, torturing them and mutilating them. Today's demolition of the monuments to heroes and all the same to criminals from the past, former slave owners and slave traders, served the purpose of sublimating destructive instincts where the modern gladiator games were cancelled. The conclusion of the paper is that there are many reasons for the fact that monuments became one of the main indicators of 2020 global change. First, there is a crisis of economic and political paradigm of globalization and liberal democracy, which has caused the questioning of socio-political settings through the re-examination of their materialization in public space through the symbols embodied in monuments. Second, with the lockdown, the space of traditional models of social and political negotiation is narrowed, and as a replacement, the public space marked by symbolic political content has taken the place of political confrontation of different political views on the past, present, and future. These events pointed to the role of the monuments as a social mediator. Also, third, With the lockdown of sports competition, another form of sublimation of social aggression is closed. And this energy had only a public space marked by symbolic political content as a place for its discharging. Fourth, monuments have taken on the role of fetishes, puppets in the carnival upon which the blame is being cast for the current catastrophe. Their demolition is kind of ritual sacrifice, like public punishment of criminals or witches through their torture and mutilation, which has taken place in the squares of medieval cities. The demolition of the monuments of the former pillars of society is reminiscent of the execution of the aristocrats during the revolutions. By destruction of its pillars, the edifice of ideology and status quo is being demolished. Fifth, the dismemberment of the monument is reminiscent of the execution of the rulers in Europe. When Johan de Witt, the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, was assassinated along with his brother in 1672, there were reports that people from the crowd tore off parts of their bodies and ate them. This was a common practice during execution. People often took souvenirs of the execution, such as those who dipped their handkerchiefs in the blood of English King Charles I after his execution in 1649. By eating body parts of powerful rivals, one take over their strength and power. One strengthened his immunity, and in the pandemic, immunity is a central point. By tearing down monuments and taking their parts, these monuments function as an anthropium by which we protect ourselves and our loved ones from external evil influences. And finally, sixth, through headlines and media graphs during the pandemic that we were bombarded with, that it surfaced on the front page and opening menus of radio and TV news. Thus, the monuments emerge in our field of vision. Our dead, who according to Baudrillard were thrown out of the social symbolic circulation, began to play their symbolic roles again. Therefore, their symbolic heritage is questioned with an attempt to redefine it. The crisis of capitalism caused by the pandemic destroyed the illusion of the use value, exchange value, and the dead returned with its symbolic value. Discrimination of the dead, who are legitimate interlocutors in this dialogue, is done through the demolition of the monuments that represent them in public space. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. Thank you all for panelists. A question for everyone, actually, but I would start maybe with Nika. We saw that the landscape and the public space is a constant field of tensions, and the processes we saw as were on one hand very organic and on the other hand quite intense, like in the presentation of Molly and of Antonio. And with Andrea, a search for an organic connection with an artificial human-made system of traffic. And in this sense, I'm wondering, Nika, how would you comment the idle status quo of the stadium? Actually, I don't believe we had like an organic attack, citizen attack to protect the stadium or intervene or anyhow. How would you comment on that?
I mean, yeah.
Actually,
I think
we had.
Sorry,
there is some feedback we hear. You can go, I think.
Basically, I think there were quite a lot of problems with this stadium. Sorry, can you repeat the question again?
No, I just what I meant actually was that we saw a public response in both Molly's and Antonio's presentations to the things that are happening in public space. On the other hand, with Andrea, we saw her in her presentation looking for an somehow natural curatorial, natural approach in curating the a project that would relate traffic to the citizens. And I think that the case of the stadium is interesting because I don't think that there has been a physical public response to the fact that it is a very important monument in Slovenia. On the other hand, it's quite idle. And I just wanted to ask if you have any kind of response on that.
Well, basically, I think there was a huge response to it.
But maybe not. But was it physical? Like there were physical interventions. That's what I'm aiming at.
No, physical. Yeah, physical. Never. There were never actions about this open space. Well, during my studies, there were also other groups in this area, but there were never real actions for it. There was a lot of public talk about it. Mm-hmm. Also politically, I think it's quite an intense debate. But yeah, it's a pity actually. I think it's a beautiful place and it could be brought back to people, and it's a pity that some people don't see that.
Yeah, I just find it very curious how we have not been organized in the way as we were in for example, in Rock Factory or other places that we went physically and protected. You know.
Maybe it was. Yeah, maybe it's just like it's forgotten. It's a forgotten place in Ljubljana's minds, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I also don't understand this.
I have one thing. Maybe. Do you think that this is the difference between the people from the socialist era and from the capitalist era? Because Metelka and all what happened in Ljubljana in a positive way with protection of the public spaces and making new ground public spaces were done by the people who were educated not formally, but in a socialist time where there was notion of the public place and the public venue. And now today people, you don't have any young people who have this notion of the community places, of the community idea in their mind. Is that a difference for you?
Well, it could be one of the problems for sure. I think that as you could see the project that it's gonna probably be realized. It's really capitalist orientated with all the square meters of the programs, and basically they want to earn money with it. I understand, but it's a pity because it's like a cultural heritage, and we should protect this kind of places and not just build huge skyscrapers around it, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
But possibly it could be also that the minds are different in Ljubljana's inhabitants now and what it was before.
So we have a question here from Nika. Just a second.
Okay, I'm not so sure that actually there is not a sense of community in the Bežigrad stadium situation, because actually one of the things that has been holding this this project back is a lawsuit precisely from the side of the locals that were taken away the gardens. So in fact there is quite a strong resistance from the side of the community that lives right next door to the stadium. And second thing, I also think that what was mentioned here, also Metelkova and Rok, both actually places were protected or at least contested the renovation precisely because there was a very strong sense of community. So I would say that actually political action is possible in these sites, but the real question is why once the resistance happens, why is there this lingering status quo that kind of enables a different kind of managing of projects that could create better results. For example, we can see now with Metelkova 6 what is happening. We can see exactly the status quo of Rock Factory, and we can see the status quo of the Bežigrad stadium. So that's the real question. There is resistance, but what happens next?
Anybody wants to comment on this? No. Yeah, I guess I
mean, there are a lot of answers. I guess. I just hope that maybe this project will be heard someday. That's all.
Okay. Does anybody else want to comment on the presentations? Anybody from the 4 panelists? No? Then I will thank you. We are quite late already. In 13 minutes, we start with the presentation of the Nonument book with a roundtable that will be moderated by Miloš Kosec, and where 5 contributors will present their contributions to the book, and debate will follow. Thank you for listening, and thank you all for showing your wonderful presentations.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome back. This is the fourth panel, and this is the round table, the discussion about the book we just published. I mentioned it at the start of our day together. It's the first Nonument book that combines a series of theoretical investigations, artistic interventions, and research into archives, into a compendium that's not just agglomeration of all of these things, but we hope also something more. It has a wide-ranging array of articles and artistic contributions from people all around Europe and US. Let me just name all the authors. Branislav Dimitrijević, whom we will hear from in continuation of this panel. He will have the keynote. Vladimir Dulović, Nika Grabar, Hans van Houwelingen, Anelia Ivanova, Achilleas Kentonis, Joshua Kup, Elke Krasny, Alexei Monroe, Fred Sharman, Ljubica Slavković, Danica Sretenović, and Ladislav Zikmund Lenda. We edited the book together with Neja Tomšič, Martin Vricel-Baraga, and Nika Grabar. And out of this extremely wide-ranging combination of contributions, we've invited here today a couple of writers and researchers involved in the preparation and publishing of this book. Two of them have joined us because of COVID-related circumstances via distance. They're online with us now. One is Ljubica Slavković, she's joining us from Belgrade, and the other is Alexei Monroe, who is joining us from London. While here in Ljubljana, on the stage of the empty, almost monumental hall of Kino Šiška, I greet Nika Grabar, Neja Tomšič, and Danica Sretenović. So it's almost like a meeting of old friends, and indeed making of this book has been similar to old friendships, with many happy and sometimes also difficult moments, because it has lasted such a long time. But I think all time invested, like all temporal dimension of monuments, have their sense, and the book wouldn't be the same if there wouldn't be this long period of making it possible. I will open up the discussion about the book later on, but just to kick off this discussion, I will invite all 5 of our participants to just share for a couple of minutes their view on their contribution, or maybe on the whole project of Nonument as they see it in the book. And I would propose to start with Ljubica Slavković from Belgrade. Ljubica Slavković is an architect and a PhD candidate at the Faculty of Architecture at the University of Belgrade. She's a project manager and program coordinator at the Center for Cultural Decontamination, where she leads the program cycle Understanding the City. She has organized, curated, and led a wide range of programs and projects consisting of international debates, lectures, student workshops, exhibitions, and screenings. Ljubica, the screen is yours.
Well, thank you. First of all, can you hear me?
Yeah, very well.
Okay, great. Okay, this is a bit weird setting, this new normal, but it is what it is. First of all, I'm very grateful to be part of this book and to be with you here tonight. I'm sad that I'm not actually there with you, but luckily we have internet, so it's okay as it is. Hopefully we will meet soon in a non-monument place.
Agreed.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you asked us to present our essays, our contributions to the book. First of all, I would like to say that the opening essay of the book, Nika's essay, has been a great inspiration for me for my contribution to the book. So I was actually thinking that Nika will go first and then I can add to it, but okay. The first paragraph of the book, Nika already says that nonuments is considered as an object that has the potentiality to reveal the tension within conflict in past, present situations, and to contribute to a rethinking of public space. And further on, she says that nonuments are objects that make visible something that was intended to be forgotten. And I think for me, this was the most inspiring part for this contribution. So first of all, when we think, or at least when I think about monuments, the first that comes to my mind are monuments of liberation struggle of Yugoslavia, or some modernist buildings that have been in a certain way abandoned, decayed, and so on. But for this essay, I have chosen something completely different, because I think it gives a bit of a different perspective to nonuments that I find to be important and inspiring, and as nonuments are a very inspiring topic. I'm not going to go into details and tell everything about my essay and my contributions. I do hope that people will read the book. So I will try to only give a brief insight into what was my point of view and why I consider it to be important. And of course, Miloš and all of you other guys, later on, if you have questions, I will be happy to answer. So first of all, in this essay, I have discussed more about the topic of informality, the informality of in Belgrade, because that is something that has been present here since the first urban planning steps, since the late 19th, early 20th century, and that has been evolving in time. But it's also something that we are, in my opinion, actively choosing as a society, as a profession, as an academia, and so on, actively choosing to ignore. And that's why I consider it to be such a important topic and a great case study for how to think of monuments and how to rethink space when you see built space as monuments. So in my contribution, I give this brief overview of the rise of spatial informality in Belgrade and how it is arising in the blind field, how let's say that this spatial practice is occurring because out of the inability to implement plans. So out of all sorts of reasons, of course, in different political, economic, and societal contexts. But for example, in socialist Yugoslavia, what is supposed to be a super planned society, so to say, we have the forming of Kaluđerica, what later became the biggest informal settlement in Europe. So we have this huge contrast of planned and something that is happening illegal, informal, but is being in a way tolerated out of all sorts of reasons, not to go in that now. But then I look deeper into three case studies, three objects, contemporary objects, so to say. One is from the late 80s, the other from the late 90s, and the third one is from 2014, and it's still being built now. And I'm looking more closely into what is behind them. So this production of space, as also Nika is talking about, and Lefebvre about monuments. So these processes that are shaping this building and these public spaces in a way, that, let's say, we are not supposed to notice. We are not supposed to think about them. We are not supposed to be aware of them. They are supposed to be forgotten. And in Nika's essay, there is this diagram, and she says, to remember what was to be forgotten, a monument. And that is why I have chosen these three different objects. So all of these three objects are representative state or city representative objects in a way. The first one is a shopping mall on the main square, Republic Square of Belgrade, that was built in order to beautify this main square during this important event in 1989 and so on. You will read more about it in a book. So it's an object representing progress and so on, supposed to represent it. Then we have this radio television pink building built in the 90s that is presenting the media mogul, this kingdom of pink television that is still ruling now in a way. And the third one is Belgrade Waterfront, the project that is of national significance. So it's also quite a representative project. I looked into these three projects, buildings or complexes, and see how this informality has evolved, how previously it was in this blind field. Then when the first object with the Staklenac shopping mall, let's say the permits were something that's just a piece of paper, something that is not important, but this temporarity was introduced. Then with pink, we have that the permits are something that are used actively in order to disobey laws and to legalize something that is actually illegal. And with Belgrade Waterfront, I mean, now I'm giving it like really briefly. And with Belgrade Waterfront, we have the case of changing the whole legal and planning system of Belgrade and Serbia in a way in order to make something illegal legal. So I find these processes to be very interesting, and you will read more about it in this book. As I said, I'm not going to go into it now, but I just want to bring attention to that as the way I understand nonuments. These are three really good examples and interesting examples, because what is also happening with these representative objects is that when they become part of our everyday lives, of our surroundings, they're represented in a certain kind of way. And what is important about them is not actively not being presented. They become normalized in a way. So, and so do the processes that shape them. So with this essay, I'm actually trying to add to or to give one more perspective on or why I believe these nonuments are important, why we should think and talk about them, how they can help us in understanding and potentially changing our society, our architecture, our urban plannings, and how these nonuments can be hidden in all sorts of objects, even in those objects or those buildings that maybe we would, at a first glance, never say that they are forgotten in any way, or that there is something that that makes them nonuments. So that would be briefly about my contribution, and thank you for such an interesting topic of nonuments.
Well, thanks for this intro from your side. I think this is a great example of how the concept of monument is useful for understanding the surroundings, not only as it exists today, but as it's actively shaped and still being built right now. And I think that, judging by Ljuba's comment, it's only fair that now I invite to say something about her inaugural contribution, inaugural in the sense that it's the first in the book, then sort of sets the frame for the concept of monument, to Nika Grabar, who graduated from the Ljubljana Faculty of Architecture and started her work as a researcher at the Institute for Architecture and Physical Planning in Ljubljana in 2003. In 2007, she was awarded a Fulbright scholarship and continued her research in the field of architecture and politics at Columbia GSAPP in New York for 2 years as a visiting researcher. She completed a PhD thesis in 2009 at the Ljubljana Faculty of Architecture and was later teaching at the Academy of Design in Ljubljana and is today a professor at the Faculty of Architecture in Ljubljana. Please, Nika.
Thank you very much, and thank you also, Ljuba, for your wonderful examples. So yes, I did have this inaugural presence in the book. So I must say that this actually book is an outcome of a long project, and when we started with the project, it was we were really thinking about what this project is about, because we were all attracted to kind of these ruins and objects of double meaning. So it was really a very long process before we came to define Nonument as Nonument and what it is. So I will repeat what already Ljuba stated, because I think it's only fair to say it, because we're writing it down after 2 years of work and a lot of discussions and international symposiums, and to find actually a word that is a fruitful beginning of many struggles of researchers, something productive. That was the aim, to create something, a field that is productive in today's world that really feels like a ruin of public space. And I think our experience here at Kino-Šiška, we are here basically only online. There's 10 people here in this empty space, and we're communicating only via this internet platforms. It's definitely a new experience, but we're not giving up, are we? So, what can we say about this? The term monument denotes architecture, monuments, and public spaces that have undergone a shift in symbolic meaning, or have lost this as a consequence of political or social change. So, amongst others, we can say monuments are monuments of earlier regimes, public spaces of the post-socialist context, etc. But I think it rings very nicely when we put an example, and Ljuba was stating a couple of them, but what I think is a very nice metaphor for the overall project is, for example, the Petrova Gora monument in Croatia that was built in 1981. And it's a monument that celebrates the uprising and resistance movement of the people of both Kordun and Banja against Nazi fascism, to both civilian victims and the fallen resistance fighters. And actually, if you look at it today, it really makes you wonder why it resembles a ruin. So this condition, precisely this condition today, reveals a specific ambivalence, a certain tension that already Ljuba was mentioning, that speaks of its intentional destruction in the 90s, but it also shows that its complete demolition was also not desired. So this is a monument, and this is the tension we're talking about, that, you know, it's a situation that it makes you look and it makes you awe. So monuments as it has already been said, are objects that make visible something that was intended to be forgotten, or at least not to be remembered. And I haven't written this in the book, but I'm adding this now, or to be remembered as a ruin. So tagging something as a monument is about choosing an object which is on which to reflect. And why I think is this, and this was actually Miloš's question to all of us, why do we think this, this is relevant for today? I really feel this constant burden in the field of architecture and public space, and especially to architecture, due to its relation with purpose or function in society. Namely, it comes across when we talk about, should architects build this or that building, or shouldn't they, or why are they building this? So this burden feels very real, I think, and even though institutionally speaking, the decisions often criticized by the general public or the professionals actually are not in the hands of practicing architects. But at the same time, you also forget that the field of architecture is very broad. So also this book belongs to the architectural field, and the book focuses on the ruination of public space, and so does this event. And in order to present the immediacy of the present not as a burden again, rather as a way of finding a field related to this ruination with a mission. And this mission is about reflecting and lingering on the ruin, be it a city, square, building, etc. And not only that, it's trying to find a way to take action related to this lingering, to make it an artistic, architectonic gesture through which the familiar space, place, building acquires a new meaning related to its past meaning. So actually it's about taking seriously a statement that meaning is the context of any work of architecture. So it is in this space that architects, artists, researchers can carve out a place to comment on the perspectives of progress that we make or do not make as a society. And we can find a new poetics related to the status quo of the present and possible futures. So, and further on, I'm very happy to be a part of this process, and it would be great to have the option of working on the Nonument project, and it would be wonderful to work on it consistently, having a group of professionals from different fields, researchers, architects, artists, and so on. And he's been very nice. I think this bond of friendship has evolved, and it has been really rewarding. But the reality is also, and I would like to say this at the end of this statement, that regardless of how well these topics are perceived and received, the bureaucracy of culture has become a dangerously practical matter dedicated to overproduction, and the banality of argumentation is often really astonishing these days. So while reflection and content become merely side products, we continue to fight for this, and this is the only option to make visible the dilemmas that we have with the present. So at the end, I will just repeat the positive statement that I would like to take from this. I believe that the Nonument project is really about trying to carve out a place in today's world to comment on the perspectives of progress that we make or do not make as society, and to try and find a new poetics related to the past and future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this force that I'm sure we'll touch in the discussion as well, because I agree that it's extremely important, both in this positive sense you addressed, and also in this dangers as an overproduction of argumentation. I liked that very much. From this statement, I think it would be fitting to travel across the channel to London, to Alexei, and to the ghost that is behind him, the ghost of Robin Hood Gardens, I see. Let me introduce Alexei Monroe. He is an independent, London-based cultural theorist holding a PhD in communications and image studies from the University of Kent. He is the author of Pluralny Monolith, an interrogation machine, books on Laibach and the Slovene arts movement NSK, and also a very interesting writer on the subject of brutalism and commodification of architecture in present society, I would add. Please, Alexei, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Greetings from behind the Brexit curtain. I'm sorry, but I can't be with you in person, but that's the kind of year this is. I will start with the usual disclaimer that I'm not an architectural professional. I am a theorist, and the text in the book has been an exercise in cultural analysis, but also self-analysis, because I was trying to explore my own fascination with buildings such as the one that you see behind you. Also, my own use of it artistically. This photo of mine was also used for the flyer for an industrial noise event in London, which I discuss in the text. So not only am I an infiltrator in the sense that I'm not architecturally qualified and I'm not an architectural historian, I'm also implicated in the sense that while I'm discussing the use of brutalism, I'm also contributing to it. I am using or abusing images of brutalism, depending on your perspective. But this makes me think that there's a radical ambivalence around the entire subject now. There are people who almost have a puritanical relationship to brutalism, and there are people who see it as a demonic form, perhaps even more so than when it emerged in Britain in the 60s and the 70s. So it's very much an active front in the cultural wars of our time. I should also have another disclaimer that I would say the essay is already semi-obsolete. not because of the contents per se, but because of the speed of debate and the speed of polemics around the subject. And because brutalism, as I tried to argue, is now a neo-feudal pop culture. And like any pop culture, it moves at great speed. And there are these constant mutations. It's the ways in which it's used are constantly more frivolous, more improbable, but also more telling of our time and the way that culture works in our context. So I also wanted to start by just showing some of the industry, the cultural industry around brutalism. So these British books of the last few years, Concretopia, How to Love Brutalism, you may not be able to see these very well, but there you go. Lost Futures, The Disappearing Architecture of Post-War Britain, and a very important one, Raw Concrete, which some of you will know from the last few years. So there is the serious academic industry around brutalism, but as I discuss in the essay, there is also the kitsch industry around brutalism. If anybody's visited the Barbican in recent years, it is basically a brutalist gift shop, not only in relation to the Barbican itself and its heritage, but also these kind of books, but also brutalist pencil cases, brutalist badges, brutalist table mats, brutalist clocks, brutalist this, brutalist that. So what I was trying to do was to understand the way that commerce is interacting with brutalism in quite a different way from the way that we do as people examining architecture in a serious way, so-called. I also discuss the way that it's used online. And the leading example of this is what is known as the Brutalism Appreciation Society. And anybody who's followed this will know that it's constantly in schism. There are attempts to police it. There are people who feel any modern building post-1900 can be brutalist. These then get shuttered down. I'm more on the side of the people who are stricter and would want it to be actual brutalism rather than just anything grey and concrete. But this, again, is constantly changing because of the speed with which pop culture moves now. And last time I looked, I noticed these new variations, these schismatic or splinter groups. So you have things like dank brutalist memes, which is a kind of parodic relationship to brutalism, or not brutalist, but worth a look. So that's why you put all the stuff that's maybe a 1950s grey institutional building. Or even, and you reach the end point of irony, any old tat made of concrete. So that there's this whole jokey culture around it, which an online joke, online humor, as Angela Nagel and others have noted, that kind of militant irony can also drift into alt-right type uses of the internet. So there's an ambivalence around it. And then when I began this, the last few years, I've been trying to explore neo-feudalism, which is the historical cultural stage I believe we've been slowly moving into over the last few years. And I think that these phenomena around brutalism are an example of that. But because of the corona pandemic and because of acceleration of all these economic forces and cultural forces I've been talking about, I would say we're now in the era of disaster neo-feudalism. So it's accelerated again. Now, why do I mention this? Because I think we will actually see, especially in Britain over the next few years, we will see the kind of phenomena that Ljubica was talking about in Belgrade. We will see, based on what the regime is doing here, which is radically deregulating planning. So there will be all sorts of opportunities for, you know, if I wanted to put a parodic pseudo-brutalist facade on my 2-bedroom house in London, there won't be much to stop me now. There will be all sorts of opportunities for wild building, for deregulated anti-aesthetic structures to emerge. There's also the fact that the last few years in London there's been a massive building boom, and this is still continuing. So when we get a crash caused by COVID and by Brexit, there will be all these buildings coming online at once. And I think a lot of these are going to be instant nonuments because they're going to stand empty. They will arrive and they will be obsolete, especially the office buildings because everybody is moving so much to working from home. So you'll get this whole swathe of instant nonuments marking the city. And then the question will be, what's going to happen to them? What are the meanings that are going to grow up around them? Are they going to be symbols of failure? Are they going to be sites of artistic or social occupations? I think that might be more possible than it has been in recent years in London, simply because the British state, which is now entering a period of advanced balkanisation, although it would want to prevent unauthorised use of public spaces, it won't be able to keep control to that extent. So I think there will be a lot of opportunities for wild creative uses of instant ruins, which I think we're going to be faced by. So I would say in conclusion that this is actually going to be, for better or worse, and it will be worse in many cases, this will be a boom time for nonuments. So it's a very interesting time for us to be undertaking this exercise, and it's going to be, to use an old Slovene illusion, this period is going to be bloody ground, fertile soil for nonuments. Thanks.
Thank you, Alexei. While I was listening to your thoughts about the future, I also was thinking about another quote from that same cultural circle. I would think Slavoj Žižek's announcement that we in the Balkans, we are the future. And in that sense that you mentioned the playbook that has been fashioned in the 90s in Belgrade and in other maybe urban centers, we'll see how it will play out. And I am interested whether there is also a utopian, not only dystopian potential in the nonuments, and definitely they will have that time of the future. I think we can agree on that. And with that, I would like to ask Danica Sretenovic, who contributed a really interesting insight into a disappeared monument, but while researching it, had to sort of reconstruct or construct a way how to go about this dangerous field of nostalgia or destruction. I'll just quickly introduce Danica, who is an architect. She says she's uncertain about any principles and conceptions that appear self-evident. She readily writes about and fights for unfit places that resist investor-catered spatial politics and collective oblivion. She is the author of the master thesis, Acting Architecturally, which argues that architecture, if pursued to its full potential, has the strength to open up the seemingly enclosed world in which we live today. So, Danica, please.
Miloš, thank you. Maybe I'll disappoint you a bit because my first comment will not go to Pioneer Railroad. Because I entered this whole research as an architect, and I actually got handed a list of monuments from Neja and Nika. And then I will explain a bit about my contribution. Because during the whole time, I was asking myself this question, what the hell is monument? And I think that is my biggest contribution, because the vocabulary that I had, like ruins, I don't know, urban decay, grey fields, poor investments, abandoned or neglected spaces, they're all terms that having some extremely negative connotation. And actually they're signifying problems and something that needs to be repaired or fixed in order to become normal, standard, useful, or acceptable. So actually to join order of things as they are. So this is why I think that nonuments function more like heterotopias, because they're breaking this order of things all the time. Actually, the term of ruins imply the state of the object, while these nonuments acted more like subjects, and they interrupt the context in which they are placed over and over again. And they're independent from what their prescribed function was. So in a way, they are useless, and this is what I like about them, that they are functionless. And then I went on and asked, who is the user of the useless object? And this is all, and this all research about Pioneer Railroad really widened these optics. But then I didn't also trust the definitions that we set about nonuments along the road. So I tried to define the term monument within each and every place or public space that we analyze, but it soon actually became clear that I try to find some affirmative position that is common to all of them and to advocate the ruined state. So there are anomalies that resist being categorized as luxurious assets in the spatial trade, and their visibly imperfect states function to abstract prevalent order of things. So this is what I try to find, and what I love about nonuments, either as places or memories of place that are unfit, that make ruptures of the world as it is visible, and prove us all that alternatives to prevalent systems are not only possible, but present. This alternative is not ruined physically, ruined state, but it's actually this active acting that is saying that something is not right, and actually force us to think further. And I think that this is what we are doing here today also, because this space without public is in a way monument, but actually with what we are doing, we are acting affirmatively and we are not stopping our activities, so we are trying to act further. So this is why this is monument, because we are acting here and now in these unbearable conditions. So this is to sum it up, and the topic of Pioneer Railroad is really a large one, so you will need to read it.
I agree with you there, and thanks so much for this stress on the working quality of the monument definition, and especially the performative function in a way. I really like that, and I think it also serves as a brilliant cue for Neja, because Neja and Martin have introduced into this book a middle section that is a representation or an artwork in itself of intervention of performative quality of the project monument, I would say. It's focused around 2 photo essays, so I invite you to introduce this content of the book that separates it formally as well from academic or theory books. I'll just introduce you briefly. Neja Tomšič is a visual artist, poet and writer. She graduated in painting at the Academy of Fine Arts in Ljubljana, then continued with PhD research and documentary cinema in the contemporary art context of the Slovenian Academy of Sciences. Her work reinterprets overlooked, marginal and hidden stories from history. Using drawing, performance and text, she aims to rethink historical narratives, posing questions and creating situations for alternative understanding of the present. She is also a member of the Nonument group. Neja, please.
Thank you, Miloš. Hello to everyone. I'm presenting a rupture in the book, I would say an intervention in a huge, I would say, mass of knowledge and critical thought in the book. The 2 visual essays are an attempt to create a space to connect to a different kind of memorialization, or to create a space for thinking about actually the two initial nonuments that we were working on as artists, namely the McKeldin Fountain and the Pioneer Railway. Actually, Nonument has been in our mind for quite a long time before we first started to work on the project McKeldin Fountain, a brutalist fountain in downtown Baltimore in the US. But it was exactly this fountain that kind of became the site of where the idea of the monument came together, and we said this would be our first monument. The visual essay that presents our quite long research, collective work, cannot be the summary of everything that we did with this monument. But it does work on visually meditating on the forces that this public space had endured, and actually its erasure. It combines the elements of the fountain, the image of the fountain, what it once was, the public energy, the masses, the public energy of the masses that gathered there to protest for their rights, and on the other hand, a very artificial intervention of, let's say, a generic green grass field that covers all this history today. The second visual essay is the essay of the Pioneer Railway, and it combines archival images, images that we can find in the museum, and that are in a way the official history, what was decided to be remembered by the archive. On the other hand, we are combining these images with images of an intervention that we, as people who are present in this moment, created when facing this empty road, as it is today, that one would never know it was a railway before. Nonetheless, a place where memories, passions, or visions of the future were being built. And with this, I think I would conclude.
Thank you so much. I think that, well, the listeners now got the idea of the wide scope of the approaches, not just contributions. I would like to ask you all, I think that it's hard to miss that there is a great deal of personal investment in all of this. I mean, it's writing, trying to conceptualize, and always remaking the definition of what is the monument as a term, but also how to intervene with theory, with artistic action, or with making awareness about it. How to act, in a way, also changes the field. It seems to me, it is like this in my own case, I think, but I feel it very strongly with all of you, that it is also a personal fight. And I would ask you, in my view, one of the most important contributions to the field of this book, and also of all of our involvement, I would say, is a harsh fight against fetishization and commodification of heritage, precisely because this heritage is not something that's stored in the cupboard, that's shown in a museum, but that it still exists in a place. And what's more important than that, it still produces space. It still produces public space. It produces environment for every day to go on, and also it's a harbor of a different society, not so much in a nostalgic way of what used to be, but a harbinger of a society as it can become, I suppose. So I want to ask you, how do you see this contribution as a fight against fetishization, as a fight against commodification? Because we're dealing with some of the structures that are always included in the internet galleries, that are included in the Barbican shop that Alexei mentioned, that are overwhelming in their visual appearance. They surround us everywhere, the beauty of the ruins and so on. I mean, this sort of a cliche fetish that we know very well from the last decades. And how do you see this, your own position, but also the contribution of the book in this discourse?
So who goes first?
Well, if there are no volunteers, I'll just have to assign the volunteers. Nika, maybe you, then?
I'm assigned. It's a question for everyone. So, but I think what we also talked about during this project, it was we were really unhappy with, and I believe we are still very unhappy about what is happening on internet, for example, with this monumental monuments of Yugoslavia, and how actually banal the argumentation and interpretations are certain ruins, and this fascination for really so the reception of these monuments after a country falls apart, it's as if anyone can do anything they want with it. So nonument, naming something nonument, it means that you have to deal with a change of meaning. You have to deal with a certain transformation. And if you want to conclude that there was a transformation taking place, it means that you have to think about its context before, and you have to think about its context today. So I think there is, if you want to name something a monument, you have to think about it. That's one thing. And the second thing is, and you know, there is also the ethics with it that comes with it. So the second thing is that there is no monument without a person naming it monument. So, and that was before said also by Danica. So. Naming something a monument, it also shows a lot about you. Why are you specifically naming something a monument? And it's also a possibility for every individual to come up with this aesthetic notion on the one hand, on the other hand, with a rational argumentation about what that is. So I believe there are these two aspects. It's about the aesthetics and it's about the politics, which I think inseparable, that come together within that word. And then we can talk about it in many other ways, about its performance, about expanding the field and what it brings to the field, etc., etc. And I think this is becoming more and more evident. And also, Alexei was mentioning, we will have lots of monuments. We will have lots of monuments because we will feel that our system is falling apart, and unfortunately it is. And the way changes are coming about also in terms of global and climate changes, and how it's changing, and the heat is rising, and how cities are unequipped to transform their own infrastructure regarding food and water, and etc., etc. Of course, as we see today with COVID, we don't have systemic solutions in place, and all this dimensioning of cities, buildings is under question. So as our frustration with this inability will grow, we will also see more of monuments, unfortunately. And I agree with the prognosis, but the thing is that just the fact that we have this possibility of looking at it through a certain lens and argumentation, it's about accepting this rationally and aesthetically and trying to put together a logical argument. And I believe it is possible to do that.
Thank you. I very much agree with the need to name things with a name that's not self-evident. I think that forces you to think and forces you to claim the object in a way. And I really like that stress that it's not the same as a new word for a ruin. It's precisely, ruin is assumed already. It's already solved for you. It has a cultural context. It offers on a plate to you and it usually comes with a nice and expensive wrapping. While if you need to not only just fight for the space, but also fight for the term, it is a conceptual exercise or conceptual fight. I also have to say that personally I enjoy the optimism of this book, and precisely because it has such a negative connotation per word. Nonument is a negation, and to search for optimism in a negation is, in my view, counterpoise to this false optimism of fetish. Fetish always serves you everything, like I've just described, and it seems to be positive, but it's actually nihilistic approach to either heritage or anything else, for that matter. Well, Nonument fights that on a symbolic level with this negation that is hugely optimistic. And on this optimism of negation, I would like to ask you, I mean, where do you see the Nonument project evolving from this book onwards, either methodologically or in scope, or even as a survival guide for the COVID era? I'm not sure, but what would your sort of a takeaway from this book now as a check in the past 2-3 years be?
Someone else now.
Maybe Alexa or Ljuba?
Well, I've just realized in the previous discussion that, okay, when you name a specific structure a monument, it's not yet a viral term. So so far there's no degraded concepts of a monument. There's no Monuments Appreciation Society. There's no monumental memes, as far as I know. So that's maybe grounds for a bit of self-congratulation. And if we have so far managed to preserve a category which isn't easily made viral or made into a meme, these days that's quite useful, that's quite exceptional. So it is a kind of protected zone, I think, because of the seriousness with which the project is executed. That's hopefully quite a good guarantee against fetishization, appropriation, etc. And so maybe there's the link to the future, that it's a sort of creative, ethical, theoretical model for tactically intervening within a culture, but not becoming the culture per se, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, very much. I appreciate that a lot. I think that not as a, trying not to be commodified, not as a goal, but as a check on relevance, if I understand you correctly. It's always a useful check.
If I may add,
there's a limit to it, which is a healthy limit. Yeah.
Yes, Ljuba?
Well, I think I agree with what's said. I think Danica respond really good to your previous question, actually, when she explained or presented to us the process of how she was trying to figure out what a monument is. And that is something that I think maybe something we're looking for here. A monument is also provocative. And because of it, it's engaging. And as you said, as Alexis said, as long as it's provocative in that way, it doesn't become just something that we use without thinking. But as long as we have to think about it every time, like, wait, what is a monument? As Nika said, it also makes you think about all the processes behind it. How do you understand public space, build infrastructure in this context, in other contexts? And for me, maybe that's the most inspiring part about monuments, that you actually don't really understand or precisely the term. It's not precisely defined. So you have to engage yourself with it and think about all the processes behind it.
I agree. This total dynamism of the term, I think the whole point of the project is to keep on working with that, not to conclude it and wrap it up in a new form. Does anyone else want to add anything? Otherwise, we'll slowly wrap up our discussion. Yes?
I'm not sure, but maybe I should have said this at the beginning, that maybe it's fair to say that actually this, and I was writing about this in the book, that the first use of the word monument was related to Mata Clark's drilled tornado-shaped hole that during the construction of the center of Georges Pompidou. So actually, while this one monumental new museum or institution was being erected, at the same time there was this void, a temporal void being created, and that was like it was used in a sense as an anti-monument, as a non-monument. That was the first use. So actually, there is a certain history that we can relate to, but at the same time we're also expanding this notion and adding new meanings to it. So there is a history already there that we relate to. That's my additional comment.
I agree, and I would add to all who are listening that I would recommend you acquiring the book not as a coffee table book, but as a basic ability or as a basic tool to keep on thinking and expanding that very field. I would say that's the. If it's worth anything, it is worth exactly as a tool of thinking and expanding and questioning more and more. I thank you very much to all of you. Someone is winding the clock, so it ticks quicker than I usually think it does. We are way past our time, but I really hope that this is only the start of discussion and we have a solid ground to build on, which we created together in the form of this book, and we'll go on from here. And now, I would like all of you to invite all of you to listen to a lecture, to a keynote by Branislav Dimitrijevic, who is a cherished contributor to our book, and he will have a lecture entitled Egypt Rather than October, Incongruencies in Interpreting Yugoslav National Liberation Monuments, Then and Now. It deals specifically with the notion of problematic acceptance, fetishization, lack of understanding, and other conflicts, semantic and otherwise, about spomenics, so much fetishized in the West, but also draws an attention to what happened when they were being built, not while they were being torn down or fetishized in the Western press. I will introduce Branislav. He's a professor of history and theory of art at the College of Art and Design in Belgrade. He teaches and writes internationally on art and culture of socialist Yugoslavia. His most recent books are Consumed Socialism, Culture, Consumerism and Social Imagination in Yugoslavia, 1950 to 1974, and Dusan Makavejev's Sweet Movie. His site-specific curatorial projects include No Network and the first edition of the Art Biennial in the Nuclear Bunker in Konjic, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Do we have contact with Branislav yet? Okay, I am informed that we need to make a very short break. So please bear with me, or rather come back in a couple of minutes' time. And then Branislav will hold his lecture. Thanks to all of the guests here in the monumental hall of Kino Šiška and on Digital Connections, and looking forward to continuing our discussions in the future. Hi, Branko, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Great.
Hey, super.
Okay. So, thanks for being here and welcome again to everyone listening to us and watching us. We have arrived at the final point of our evening, which is the keynote by Branislav Dimitrijević, entitled Egypt Rather Than October: Incongruencies in Interpreting Yugoslav National Liberation Monuments Then and Now. Branislav Dimitrijević is a professor of history and theory of art at the College of Art and Design in Belgrade. He teaches and writes internationally on art and culture of socialist Yugoslavia. His most recent books are Consume Socialism, Culture, Consumerism and Social Imagination in Yugoslavia, 1950 to 1974, and Dusan Makaveev's Sweet Movie. His site-specific curatorial projects include No Network and the first edition of the Art Biennial in the nuclear bunker in Konjic, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Branko, we're very happy that you're here, if not in physical form, then on the screen. And we're looking forward to hearing and seeing your lecture. So the screen is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. I will, like Alexei, I will start with the disclaimer. You know that it's for me. I'm honored in a sense to be part of this project of yours. Although I'm an art historian, and being an art historian, I'm also somehow belonging to some kind of lost world. But I'm, and especially given that this topic, and this is the topic of Yugoslav National Liberation Monuments, has been something of a kind of recent interest for me, given that my usual interest in Yugoslav art belongs to this avant-garde, neo-avant-garde, conceptual art, and so on, and to the field in which the very notion of monuments was somehow pushed aside as something belonging to the official culture, to this kind of state project, and not of something that we cherished in Yugoslav socialist culture, and this experimentation and innovation. However, it was through somehow contemporary art that I got interested in monuments, and now I will switch to. I will share screen, and but the host disabled attendee screen sharing. So could you please?
Yeah, we'll look into it. Just a second. Sorry about this.
Mm-hmm. No problem. Just to. Of course, accompany the talk with some slides.
They're saying that now it should be on. So
I will start again.
Try again.
I think I'm in. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Excellent.
Good. Very good. Excellent. I will just briefly start with the work by Marko Lulic of like 20 years ago. That was an Yugoslav-Austrian artist who already in 2001 started making this kind of ambivalent small objects out of plywood that were models of some of the most famous Yugoslav socialist monuments. This was really before the time that this whole agenda and this whole idea became popular and commodified today. And in these works, Lulic was somehow really talking about this ambivalence between some kind of object that looked like something very decorative to put on the table, and this kind of meaning of theirs that belonged to some other ideas and some other historical historical time, and also using the dancers to perform, like the left one, to perform some of these monuments, and this idea of, performing the monument and, by performing it, becoming a part of somehow contemporary culture and so on. So it was really the moment that I might say that through contemporary art and through the work of Lulic and then some other artists who were like David Maljković, I became interested in Yugoslav socialist monuments, and also interested primarily in the fact that why in the whole canon of Yugoslav art history, and here is where we all rely on names like Miodrag Protic and Ješa de Negri in particular, and other art historians which have been following and writing about Yugoslav modernist art, the monuments really didn't play any significant role in this narrative. So there is, for me, it came to some kind of a mental confusion about an emerging interest that is has been, especially in the last 10 years, emerged, and this kind of ignorance almost of the Yugoslav art criticism towards this, or some kind of active ignorance towards it. And of course, as you know, and this is thanks to Alexei, I don't have to repeat the whole, because what he told about brutalist architecture in most cases apply also to Yugoslav monuments, were in a way part of that, but concrete monuments of the large scale. That what is happening today is this kind of sense of different forms of commodification and exploitation, and in general historical revisionism that is surrounding this hype of monuments today. That they are somehow primarily cherished because of their gigantic forms, and rarely addressing the very context and where the reasons and very site specificity of why they were made. In general, of course, these hype was somehow supplanted by serious academic research in recent years. Especially I have to mention Sanja Horvatinčić, who has done an exceptional work in researching monuments and the context of their erection. And also finally the exhibition in the Museum of Modern Art a year ago, more than a year ago, that was focused on the Yugoslav modernist architecture, but had a large portion about monuments and, kind of putting these monuments into the canon, at least through this kind of architectural canon, putting them in the modernist sculptural canon as well. And this is, for example, one of the images that were presented as this exhibition in MoMA, the famous monument by the unfortunately recently deceased sculptor Miodrag Živković. His monument at Tjentište, commemorating the famous partisan battle and the partisan breakthrough through the canyon of Tjentište in 1943, one of these kind of heroic events of the partisan Yugoslav liberation struggle. And this monument has become, of course, particularly photogenic, and you can, of course, on internet you can find different photos and different, obsessions, especially, for example, about this particular one, because it really has this kind of strong, brutal structure, and it is putting also in this kind of normalized canon in which the Yugoslav national liberation monuments are cherished as part of the modernist culture, not at some kind of a relic of some kind of socialist realist propaganda or whatever that it means today, but in general some kind of advanced form that is in its formal appeal, in its formal aspect, reaching this kind of heroic goal of modernist art, and this is pure abstraction. So this difference, this is the usual mantra, that the monuments have achieved this kind of pure abstraction or this kind of symbolic abstraction in which they communicated these abstract notions that they wanted to communicate. There's the freedom of liberation and of struggle, of heroism, of suffering, and so on. But for example, when we talk about this particular monument by Miodrag Živković and the way how he's been usually presented or photographed, like in this beautiful winter landscape, this white shiny object standing in the middle of it, and gives this kind of course, this kind of fetishistic quality that was mentioned in by Alexei and other speakers. So you get really engrossed by its shape. But what is somehow missing when I always see these images of this monument, what is missing and what is this kind of instant reaction of someone who has been there and knows this monument, is that basically this particular moment, especially this particular one, is not abstract at all. It is a representative monument. It represents the landscape, the canyon of the Sutjeska, but also it represents the struggling soldiers which are basically sculpted in the very passage. So when you go there, these are the figures basically on what you see on the right-hand side. These are basically the figures of the fighters that are emerging from this concrete from this concrete block. So this particular monument, it's again immediately having this kind of ambivalence. It is kind of celebrated for one thing, but on the other hand, it's really not saying the truth of it. And I think also Miodrag Živković, and I met him, was not an artist who was trying to achieve abstraction, but he was trying to achieve this kind of reduction of representationalism, basically. These are some of the photos. I'm picking one of these monuments, or this one in particular, because it's becoming very popular, that it shows also, in a way, it's from the early 70s, that this was really this kind of large-scale state production of something huge, something big, something which is almost like, as we can see on the left side, almost like some kind of a pyramid, some kind of an ancient object, standing there in that landscape. And also, of course, it was a very prominent affair. You can see below, you can see the models of the monuments visited by President Tito. He occasionally visited the building of the monument, and as well as then the opening of the monument in the 70s. So it was really, this monument proved what is usually kind of understood, that these objects are there as usually, to represent some kind of a state power and the decision made from the above. And now we come to the title of my talk, and also my text in the book, which is referring to a paragraph written by a constructivist, a creation constructivist artist, Alexander Srnec, famous member of the Exat group, this kind of constructivist wing of modernism in Yugoslavia, who rarely, and it is interesting that, of course, for the erection of these monuments, there was certain group of artists who usually applied, but some artists simply did not apply for commissions. Srnec once applied for a monument, it was exactly in that time, in the early 70s, for a monument of Lenin in Belgrade, which was never actually built at the end, but there was an idea to make a monument to Lenin in Belgrade in the 70s. And Srnec applied with something that was not a part of this kind of a logic, he would title later Egyptian logic, this kind of a logic of a strong, big, monumental object standing there in its kind of archaic tradition, but something that would change the notion of a monument, something that will introduce the notion of a monument into the new world, into new technological logic, inspired by the new tendencies movement in Zagreb in the 1960s, and all the idea of the technology and the progress, and the idea, to basically change the type of art and the change, the type of monuments. But he applied with something that, of course, was rejected. Some kind of a light monument that was rejected, and after this rejection, Srnec wrote something that for me was funny. I will read it, and I started with that. That he said, Srnec said, instead of some sort of symbol, it is the reality of revolutionary art which rises in front of us. Embarking from the thesis of a realistic manifesto, the authors of this competition, he's talking about himself and the authors of their work, and of this competition entry, created a precise, constructively composed base of horizontal, vertical diagonals, which kinetically and dynamically formed the never-before-realized work about which Lisitsky, Tatlin, Rodchenko, and others had dreamed. This is a very particular way of repaying the debt to the avant-garde of October, whose ideas were taken up at a very early stage here. These ideas from the 50s onwards constantly figure in the avant-garde practices of our contemporary art. Rich in creative results and experimental achievements, exciting and polemical, which today, as they did yesterday, always come up against the paternalistic care of the authorities. Caution, suspicion, we could say here, because for them, the authorities, however, Egypt is still always closer than October. So this idea basically that for a socialist country to embark on a new artistic experiment based on the revolutionary art and the revolutionary tradition of constructivism and the avant-garde was something that Srnec and others wanted to debate and to kind of impose and to put into the motion within the debates about it. So what Srnec is showing, and it's not only Srnec, that there was some kind of a climate amongst the artists and in the art world, which was extremely negative towards the very erection of these monuments. However, lots of them, of course, are still today, as these are some of the most famous examples, in a sense attracting a lot of interest because of their, primarily because of their formal qualities. But one of the aspects of these interest in formal qualities of these monuments and in general this fetishization is that this extreme decontextualization the history and the reasons why these monuments were brought. I don't want to really go into details here because it would take us too long, but it's been written already by many authors in a very critical way about this fascination with so-called spomenics. Even there is the word in English now with plural, spomenics, in which they are represented, like, for example, in one of these books, photographic books about them. They were always kind of presented in a similar way, and like in this book, it says spomenics. Alien to their surroundings, like spaceships conspicuously parked up in the middle of nowhere. Their bizarre beauty derives from both their abstract location and imaginative symbolism, and so and so and so. So it's always the leitmotif of this kind of fascination is there's this kind of sci-fi a historical notion that they're somehow really not understood, and this is their beauty, and that this is also that they're part in the middle of nowhere. It's also amazing, given that the whole logic behind, of course, these monuments were that they were parked exactly on the very location. So one of the really most fascinating, of course, notions about the Yugoslav monumental sculpture is this invention of site specificity. That that these are the monuments exactly on the spots, in the landscapes, in the very, 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 very surrounding where certain events take place. So this kind of relation between the event and a story around this event and this object is essential for understanding these monuments. But this is somehow now entirely forgotten. But not only by this popular fascination that is surrounding them, but also by some kind of official cultural policies. I found this on the website of Council of Europe. There's some kind of project that was apparently supported by the Council of Europe. It's called Architecture of Totalitarian Regimes. This architecture of totalitarian regimes is somehow not represented by some kind of a Nazi structure or something like that, but it's represented by Dušan Đamanja's monument in Podgorica. So one of these monuments that are commemorating the liberation struggle and the suffering of the civilians. This simplified logic that we can call totalitarian paradigm that is producing this kind of historical revisionism, that it is basically attributing this notion of totalitarianism to Yugoslav socialism. Although even, when you talk about totalitarianism, even Hannah Arendt in her book Origins of Totalitarianism explicitly said that socialist Yugoslavia was not a totalitarian state. But in general, this totalitarian discourse, of course, because of the cultural policy on the level of European Union, is quite significant and quite prominent. And along with it, again, it's the same pattern. The same pattern is this kind of anti-communist rhetorics around this heritage in general. This kind of that they belong to the kind of totalitarian order, and this heavy process of commodification. Just to mention this famous example, the most brutal example of this Australian eyewear company who advertised their kind of fancy eyeglasses with this called Black Zero in this with these images of Bogdan Bogdanovic's spomenik in Jasenovac, the horrible concentration camp in the Ustasha territory in Croatia, and in this series of adverts, of course, that this knowledge that why this building is there, what does it commemorate? It's of course totally taken up. But this whole contemporary understanding of the notion of monuments, of course, gave some kind of counteraction to that these monuments were exactly because of this totalitarian paradigm on the other hand side, and this commodification on the other hand side, that somehow these monuments are somehow also uncritically embraced as some kind of shrines almost, that belong to this memory of the Second World War, and without much criticism or without much interest again in the very contextual aspects of it. So I have that's one of the reasons why I have wanted to kind of make some kind of small intervention into that narrative by reminding that the debate around these monuments, and this is why I started with Crnac, the debate around these monuments in Yugoslav art criticism can be quite instructive for us today to understand the broader of its context. That it was not that this production was not some kind of a monolithic intention. That it was a part of a discussion, a part of a debate, and this debate was continual, and that this debate also involved very radical positions of criticism of these monuments. So I particularly picked up because some of the art historians like Ješa de Negri practically didn't write anything about monuments. They simply ignored it. So even today he will not maybe develop any opinion about that. It was something that he didn't want to touch. But some did of this group of radical art critics, some did took part in these debates. And primarily for me, it was interesting and very fascinating art historian, art critic, and theoretician Matko Meštrović already started writing in the early 60s. For example, when Bogdanovic's monument in Jasenovac was erected, he was extremely critical towards it. And his criticism, in my opinion, it's very important for understanding this kind of dynamics that happened in Yugoslavia around it, and that also could at least influence this today's fascination with a kind of more different angle to put them through kind of different lenses. If you read what would be the criticism from that time. So already in 1963, when the monument was erected, Meštrović claims the following. It seems to me that the rigorous questioning of the reasons for commemorative and memorial monuments, which fulfill their purpose by positively addressing historical, moral, and every other citizen's consciousness, would reveal that today such forms of monument are inadequate and incompatible with the actual ways, rhythms, and spirit of life of contemporary society and contemporary world, in 1963. Some other alternative, some more utilitarian form, which can more directly engage itself, not only in the sphere of thought, but also the everyday practice of people, would, in my opinion, be far more fitting. Not to mention that this is something which is still not thought about or evaluated here. Meštrović opens a very with a very strong criticism, in the times that still someone believes was some kind of monolithic and so on. This opening this debate about one of the most important monuments of the kind. Also, when we follow these reactions to monuments by art critics in Yugoslavia at that time, one event is very important, and this is that at the Venice Biennial in 1980, and that was the 39th Venice Biennial, a very influential event where some kind of shift of paradigm was in art, contemporary art, towards this kind of gallery system. And it was created by Achille Bonito Oliva, one of the champions of this switch that happened by the end of the 70s and early 90s. This biennial, which was called the L'arte degli anni '70, the art of the 70s, Yugoslavia decided to put in its pavilion the replicas and documentation about memorials, about monuments. Also something that is not so widely known, that within this contemporary art context, Yugoslavia had always been mostly, in a sense, following certain trends in art and showing contemporary art during this Venice Biennial exhibitions. This time opted to show something like that, and it was, I think, some kind of a clever, in advance logic by famous director of the Moderna Gallery in Ljubljana, Zoran Kržišnik, who was an extremely clever diplomat. And I think that Krzyznik was very clever to realize that there is some kind of potential. So it's like avant la lettre, he sensed this potential of attraction for these monuments that is happening today. I think that he was quite a kind of a visionary in that field. And he said that he presented one tendency in the Yugoslav art of the 70s, the shaping of the natural environment with monumental artistic intervention and ambiental design of gigantic dimensions. He even somehow tried to combine the rhetorics of somehow land art, and the rhetorics of official Yugoslav politics. And this exhibition, there are some documentations from Delo, some photos from the how the display looked like. There's a Jamonja there. This particular event met very harsh criticism amongst the art critics of the time. And in particular, I will quote Dunja Blažević, because Dunja Blažević is an essential figure for Yugoslav conceptualism and student culture. She was the director of Student Culture Center in the 70s, and she's this kind of spiritus movens. She wrote a review of the Yugoslav participation, and in general, not about Yugoslav, but in general about the biennial, following other events and other pavilions in the biennial in 1980. But also she had this to say about the Yugoslav pavilion in Venice then. Blažević writes, each country responded to the theme of the art of the 70s in its own way, in line with the insights and evaluation of art in its own milieu and in its understanding what is happening in the world. Thus, for our selectors, that which represent an important sign of the past decade is monumental sculpture, the monuments of Jamonja, Bogdanović, Živković, and Tihec, along with the plenitude of works of unnamed authors presented in a slideshow. The degree of ignorance shown by the selector, above all, towards what has happened in Yugoslav art since the 1970s, and the generation which inaugurated the new phenomena is just mind-boggling. By opting for the uncontentious and proven names who over more than 20 years have been exploiting the monumental character of their work, the selector risks nothing apart from producing an absolute anachronism in the time and space in which Yugoslav art of the 8th decade is being presented. To show the world in 1980 that Yugoslavia has modern sculpture and how that modern sculpture also serves memorial purposes, which is to say that our leaders like modern art, which isn't the case with all socialist governments, is at the very least banal for the generation which simply does not accept anyone for any reason, whatever working with the block thesis about the Iron Curtain as far as Yugoslavia goes. So this is this rhetorics, the critical, that was can be attributed, that was independent, and that was can be attributed to the general understanding and the general approach of this artistic milieu, radical artistic milieu towards this monument. So I think that this is an interesting clash that this debate should not be somehow forgotten. And finally, what was actually, if these critics like Blažević, Meštrović, Negri, they criticized the practice, the very practice and the very logic and very productional logic of these monuments. What did they aim for? What was it that they argued for? What kind of monument they argued for? What should be which would be in part of the time? So Matko Meštrović mentioned one proposal for the one of the competitions. We don't have time to go into details, in which architects Ružić and sorry, I just have to find the particular quotation. Architects Ružić, just a moment. Ivanović and Ružić had a proposal that they kind of placed this monument not at the top of the hill as other monuments standing in the top of the hill and controlling somehow the nature, but on the slope, on the gentle slope on the hill, and that the monument itself wasn't conceived as a self-contained symbolic artistic form, but rather as a monument school. And continuing that this example this monument is turned into some kind of educational purposes and functional educational purposes. Meštrović concludes this text of his saying that with the following words, and it's down there, that really maybe we will soon be building schools on the future sites of monuments. So this idea that a monument needs to be some kind of needs to have a progressive educational role and needs to be functional and put into some kind of function that is emancipatory and progressive. And it is interesting that these words of Meštrović somehow really are echoing in one of the most interesting monuments of socialist Yugoslavia, which is not even in any of the countries, not even located in any of the countries of socialist Yugoslavia, but in Belgium. This is the kind of story that's all been written by other authors. So you're familiar with especially Vladimir Kulić. You're familiar with this story. This is this famous Yugoslav pavilion at the Brussels Expo in '58, designed by Wenceslav Richter, and in itself this example of what Crnec and others wanted. This kind of legacy of constructivism brought into this post-war modernist architecture, and it has been very much cherished and acknowledged as an architectural piece with this open ground floor with different entrances, with amazing in internal configuration and very, very, very stunning, really, solution for the roof light. And in general, it's one of these iconic buildings of Yugoslav socialism, socialist modernism. And this is Wenceslav Richter, although it was, of course, not designed according to the initial idea. It was impossible, but still it belonged to this kind of idea of utopian architecture. And then this monument, this school, or not this pavilion, was after 1958 exhibition in Brussels offered for sale, like other pavilions were offered. And at that time, in a small town in Wevelgem in Belgium, a local Catholic priest was in charge of opening a new school for boys. And his brother, who is an architect, recommended him to go to Brussels to see maybe some of these buildings may be transported. And they really bought the Yugoslav pavilion and moved it, which was also part of this kind of constructivist agenda. They were able to somehow dismantle it and just move it to the town of Wevelgem. And today it's no longer a school of boys; it's a public school. It is functioning basically as a school, not even as a school. They children over there even have classes occasionally about Yugoslavia. They relate. They are aware that they are in the building that is representing a lost country, the country that is no longer there. So this story about I will now stop sharing the screen. This very brief review of some of the critical texts and intentions, and ending with this particular example of Richter's pavilion becoming a school and becoming one of the. It is really mind-boggling because it's tells about the territoriality of a monument and also about the appearance of the monument. So it is somehow counterfighting the logic of the Yugoslav monuments, which were for their best site-specific, and for their worst, basically kind of expressions of the official policy, and represented as this strong expression in this kind of a vein, whereas Richter's pavilion is the opposite. In this case, it is no longer site-specific; it is moved in another site-specificity. But on the other hand side, it is belonging to this constructivist tradition. And it's, in general, this relation between what we can call expressionist pole and the constructivist pole in modern art is somehow displayed within this agenda. So I will, instead of a conclusion, I will this time have the opportunity to read the final paragraph of my text rather than interpreting it, and try to open somehow also through this ambivalence around the monuments, the critical ambivalence, something that I think is still most important for us to understand when we deal in general with this traditional legacy, or when we succumb to some kind of fascination of this legacy. So one of the first critical texts on the subject of monuments, which Maastricht wrote in. Sorry, this was not something that I wanted to read. Something else. Sorry. Finally. Every study of socialist Yugoslavia, and this is, of course, we are, dealing in that terrain, its culture and art has to inevitably came face to face with the fact of the termination of this country, of this country's 45-year role in history through the war. Socialist Yugoslavia arose out of a war in the course of which a revolutionary event was created, and almost all monuments refer to this war, and Yugoslavia also disappears in a counter-revolutionary war, which results in the devastation of these same monuments, because, of course, as you know, some of these monuments are even destroyed during the night. The wartime beginning and ending of Yugoslavia frames the subject which we are dealing with here. In this respect, we cannot but ask the rhetorical question of how it is possible that such an imposing system of monument productions, amazing quantity production, which came into the being precisely to preserve the culture of memory, of the horrors of war, and of revolutionary endeavors, then failed to prevent a new war, and therefore a counter-revolution, embodying, as it did in this culture memory, in solid materials and exerting a growing influence over society. We cannot endow art with a social power which it doesn't possess, but one at least incomplete answer, which might came from this peripheral view of our history, may be found in the example of the paper given by the artist and curator Peter Weibel at the symposium, and that's why I'm mentioning, this was held in Ljubljana, a symposium entitled Living with Genocide, held at the Moderna Gallery in Ljubljana in 1996, regarding the question of the relation of art to the war in Bosnia. So 1996, it was deep, middle of this horrible. Weibel uses Freud's term, Gefühlsbindung, for that type of emotional attachment which art produces within a particular identitarian group. And regardless of whether the artist is humanistically and declaratively opposed to the war, as Weibel concludes, if his art produces emotional attachments and identification processes, he is repeating the structure of civilization which produces wars and taking part in the system which can at any moment create a war. The expressive, symbolic, and monumental character of monument sculpture, and this had been pointed out by the critics of the time, didn't, in the majority of cases, produce that on which Weibel insists here, and that is de-identification, de-emotionalization, and de-sublimation as artistic strategies of not participating in systems which produce war. Matko Meštrović also confirms something similar. When in the midst of monument construction fever, he supported the type of art in socialism which bore in itself the potential to break through to the extra poetic and not to continue, quoting Meštrović now, not to continue to wiggle about in a futile way and finally subjugates itself to the imaginary emotional domain. It must penetrate to the extra poetic and extra human, without which today what is human cannot be enriched. So Meštrović concludes in 1963. And I think this is still kind of valid starting point for any uncritical fascination with artifacts such are these monuments. So I hope it was not longer than we agreed, and thank you very much for listening. And of course, if there is any questions or something, I will be happy to respond.
Thanks so much. I think it was fascinating. I think that not only this sort of a historically informed criticism of the time is useful for dealing with fetishization today, but it also points to the fact how, I mean, I love this quote that how absolute anachronism in the 60s was already exposed, and how the project of Yugoslavia is, well, it might be felt in different ways, but definitely it has felt in a certain way that it was not able to think itself at the time, always as quite as radical as it was nominally posed as. But at the same time, it seems that this absolute anachronism, and I think you yourself mentioned, in case of Zoran Kržišnik, is also a harbinger of the future, right? Of another future, not a socialist future, but a capitalist future, or maybe a parallel capitalist reality. So this sort of a Yugoslavia's in-between zone is maybe always was an illusion. You know, I mean, I'm referring here not only to this sort of a Cold War dynamic, but also of this reinvention of Yugoslavia. And what I felt during your lecture was so interesting is that you can obviously choose what represents the past already, you know, finished project of Yugoslavia, whether this is the so-called spomeniks standing around, you isolate them from the context and put into Western galleries, or you find Yugoslavia interestingly displaced, but also universal in Belgium. So basically, Yugoslavia has become an item on a free market in a way, and the one that's best sold has already been criticized, so to speak, in the shop itself in the 60s. I mean, I think this is fascinating, no?
Excellent, yeah.
I would just like to ask you this performative, or rather, I think we have a similar problem than in the 60s, but being realized even way more banal in a banal way. I mean, in Slovenia, as in other countries, I think we are constructing new monuments that formally, this is not a fight between high modernist language and some sort of avant-garde performative practice. If anything, it's reinstating of the forms of the 19th century in a slightly modernized form. So the fight is quite similar, but the artistic and political ambitions have gone under, in a way. They're much less ambitious even than that fight in the 60s. So what do you think, how useful is it to look at the monuments and the cultural artifacts of a system in order to try to understand, its true meaning, so to speak? I mean, Laibach has done something like that already in the 80s for Yugoslavia, but can we use this sort of practice to question our reality here and now? I mean, can we look at the cultural production of states and societies right now and think about, for instance, COVID? I mean, is that a useful technique, possibly? Can we learn from Yugoslavia, not in a way of, how to do more fascinating brutalist structures, but how to think about today?
Well, this is of course many things, but when you were speaking, and I agree with what Rich said, it was very good. That when you think that today these issues are usually on the same relation that it was back then. So what I'm trying to say, that usually there is this kind of idea that in socialism there was this kind of official culture and there was this kind of non-official culture. And official culture was this kind of communist hardline, and the non-official culture was kind of liberal, free, and so on. But when you research these particular examples and particular cases, you see that basically this counterculture was not an anti-communist culture, but it was a culture that was against the petit bourgeoisie and the petit bourgeois notions of public space, the petit bourgeois notions of art. And so the whole legacy of the 1970s art in Yugoslavia, the conceptual art and so on, was not in any way kind of oriented critically towards the communist idea, or not even to the communist order, basically, but to this kind of production of this petit bourgeois taste within this order. So how come that we didn't get rid of this petit bourgeois taste within this? So when we think about these polarizations, that are very similar today, and even some protagonists are the same. I mean, now that you mentioned it, of course. You know Ljuba Slavković knows that very good, but we are at the moment in Belgrade witnessing the erection of the most really outrageous piece of monumental sculpture ever erected in Serbia, and this is the monument to Stefan Nemanja, the founder of the Serbian medieval dynasty in the 12th century, with some kind of gigantic, I don't know, more than 25 meters, I forgot now how many meters in size, horrible piece of vulgarization of public space, vulgarization of memory, and in general, just a brutal showing of power of putting something huge in the middle of the public space. It is interesting that in the commission which selected this monument, selected the artist for this monument, there was, before he died 2 years ago, Miodrag Živković, who was one of these major artists and one of the last surviving of these famous artists who erected monuments. And Miroslav Živković disagreed with this decision and openly left this committee and issued a very strong public statement about this. I think this was probably one of his last public statements, in which he vehemently criticized this decision, how he disagreed with this decision to create this kind of monument. I think that the only difference, at least in my Serbian experience today and then, is that then the debates were quite, at least having some kind of result, or you were part of some kind of debate. Whereas here, this is not a debate. This is on the one hand side a brutal political decision which does not take into consideration any arguments, and on the other hand, you know, people who still try to voice something about this ruination of public space, but are in a sense ineffective because they cannot really influence the decision makers. So unfortunately, when we look through these lenses, things have not changed, or even have changed for worse, you know, because of course, just to remind you, my favorite example is that President Tito rarely had any monument, huge public monument in Yugoslavia. There was this famous one in Velenje, and maybe a couple of examples, but in Belgrade there was no. Zagreb, then there was in major cities there was no, you know, whereas only I don't know, in Croatia since the 90s you had more than 50 erected monuments to Franjo Tuđman, you know, so it really shows direction in which the whole debate is going.
So we could say to the theorists in the 60s, you know, you're wrong. Egypt isn't built in the 60s. Egypt is being built right now, and that was only a precursor. That's well, both a depressing thought, but also something that needs to be constantly reacted against and changed in the long run. And let's hope that we're doing that or helping to do that in the long run to establish ongoing.
Absolutely, because this is the only thing we can do. We are all part, and Ljuba and myself, and you know, we are part of this kind of movements that are trying to do something about it. But you know, and of course we need to exchange and to change the experiences and to somehow understand the process elsewhere and to see how we can fight for it, because at the moment this situation is grim. I don't want to be kind of pessimistic, but the only optimism, of course, is the optimism of the will, yeah, but pessimism of the intellect.
I agree with that very much, and we'll keep on exchanging and also changing, not just exchanging things in the future. Branislav, thanks so much. We're way over time, but it was great all the way from the very start at 2 to now 9:10. I would like to thank every single of the presenters at the symposium. I think it was an extremely fruitful exchange and debate. And I would very much like to thank all the invisible but extremely vital technical team here in Kino-Šiška, who have basically made all of this possible. I would also very much like to thank to Neja and to Martin from Nonument Group, and would like to invite all of you to keep contributing and following us and help constructing things further with critical discourse and with artistic intervention. Thanks so much, and I hope to see you all soon. See you very soon. Good night.